Researchers certainly go to extreme lengths to observe primates, whether prosimian, monkey, or ape. But when it comes down to the survival of a species, it's certainly worth it. Ow. I think. Ever wonder what the difference is between an ape and a monkey? Or what makes an ape great? Ever dream of making a lifetime career in the jungles of Africa? Or wonder what you can do to help save an endangered species right from your own home? It's all ahead on The Great Ape Story. Conservation work is seldom easy, but the need for it is critical. And as you'll see, the rewards extend far beyond a single animal or habitat. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador, and this is a program on primates. More specifically, this is The Great Ape Story. It's estimated that there are over 600 species of primates in the world. And before we zero in on the great apes, let's take a quick look at some of the differences, similarities, and classifications in Primates 101. The order Primates consists of two major suborders: prosimians, such as lemurs and lorises, and anthropoids, which include monkeys, apes, and even humans. Let's start with the monkeys. You've got your Old World monkeys, coming from Europe, Asia, and Africa, and your New World monkeys, coming from the Americas. The obvious differences between Old and New World monkeys have to do with the shape of their noses, the number of teeth, the range of their territory, and tail usage. Most New World monkeys can use their tails for grasping at branches. They have prehensile tails. On the other hand, Old World monkeys with tails can use them for balance when jumping, but they can't wrap them around branches to help them hang on. There's also a difference between monkeys and apes. The easiest way to figure out monkey or ape is to look for a tail. Most monkeys have tails, but no apes have tails. Overall, monkeys are more like other mammals than apes and humans are. For example, because of their skeletal structure, monkeys move more like a cat or a dog than apes and humans. And on the evolutionary line leading to humans, most scientists believe that monkeys split off long before apes did. Are you ready to graduate to Primates 102? Moving on to the two categories of apes. There are the lesser apes found in Southeast Asia with features that make them distinctly different than our featured creatures, the great apes. Of all terrestrial mammals, apes seem to most resemble humans. They can walk upright, they have human-like features, they're social creatures which form family groups, and they make and use tools. Maybe that's why we're so fascinated by them. We can relate. There are 4 species of great apes: chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, and gorillas. Each has its similarities, each its differences. One thing they do all have in common: they are all very endangered. But before we jump ahead to conservation, let's get to know a little bit more about each ape individually. Chimpanzees are found in Central and West Africa, where the region consists of humid forest, deciduous woodland, or mixed savanna. They eat fruits, seeds, stems, bark, insects, and meat, with 90% of their diet coming from fruits and vegetation. Chimps live an average of 30 to 40 years in the wild, but can reach up to 55 years of age in managed situations like zoological parks. Chimpanzees' arms are very long, which make them good climbers and allow them to move quickly through trees and branches. And they have opposable thumbs, which they use for many things, including creating and using tools. They've been known to use sticks to fish out termites to eat and crumpled leaves to soak up water to drink. Genetically, it's believed chimps are more like humans than any other mammal. And like us, they're very social animals, using facial expressions, vocalizations, and even kisses to communicate with members of their group. As they age, their fur turns gray, and they even go bald. Closely related to the chimpanzee is the highly endangered bonobo. Bonobos can only be found in one country in the whole world, the rainforests of Africa's Congo, in a small range between the Zaire and the Kasai rivers. This limited territory may serve as a detriment to this species' survival, as habitat loss becomes more prevalent with encroaching activities. At first glance, bonobos look similar to chimpanzees, being about the same height at the shoulder. But the bonobo's overall build is more slender, and they can weigh 20% less than chimps. They have rounder heads with flatter muzzles, smaller ears, and hairy tufts on either side of their head. Bonobos spend more time in the trees than their chimpanzee cousins, confidently leaping among the branches, and even walking upright along them like a tightrope walker. Like chimps, bonobos have complex communication abilities and close family structures, particularly mother and offspring, including not only babies, but fully grown sons. Another member of the great ape family is the orangutan, which literally means person of the forest. Orangutans are the only great ape from Asia, specifically Sumatra and Borneo. Their limited range of natural habitat has been significantly reduced in recent years due to logging and development. This, combined with hunting, has put the orangutan on the endangered species list. Orangs live up to 50 years of age, and unlike other great apes, are solitary by nature. This may be related to their need for huge quantities of fruits and plants to eat. Travel in pairs or groups would mean more competition for a limited food source. A couple unique features of the male orangutan are the enormous cheek pads around its face and the large throat sac. This sac enables them to make long calls, a sound which helps them define their territory. Rounding out the great apes is the gorilla, which is found in Central Africa. The western lowland gorillas range includes the People's Republic of Congo, Gabon, Central African Republic, and Equatorial Guinea. The mountain gorilla is found in Rwanda, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. Like the other great ape species, they eat mostly plants, but also some invertebrates such as termites and ants. Even with a mostly vegetarian diet, males can weigh up to 400 pounds, and females can weigh over 200 pounds. As the males mature, they acquire a silvery gray color across their back and upper thighs, giving them the title of silverback. As intimidating as they may appear, silverbacks are tender caregivers, often babysitting for their offspring when the female needs to forage on her own without the interruption of her playful young. Like the other great apes, gorillas are endangered, primarily as a result of habitat loss and logging, war in the region, and poaching or illegal hunting. But through conservation efforts, attempts are being made to preserve their habitats. One example, Busch Gardens supported the Mbeli Bai study of western lowland gorillas in the northern Congo. This resulted in groundbreaking data that will help us understand this species and their habitat needs. Gaining a better understanding of a species is an important piece of the conservation puzzle, and the information field researchers collect provides a crucial foundation. Next, you'll meet two researchers whose interest in primates took them from Tampa, Florida, to the African jungles.
While I was working at Busch Gardens with the chimps and gorillas, I wrote a lot of the projects that were out in the field. In 1995, Busch Gardens started funding a western lowland gorilla study in northern Congo. And at that point, I contacted them, and through the affiliation with Busch Gardens, I was able to go out to Mbeli Bai, the Gorilla Study Center, and work as a volunteer.
Dave got his start as an inquisitive zoo camper at Busch Gardens, Tampa, when he was only 6 years old.
During zoo camp, they would take us out on the feed truck once in a while, and I always looked forward to that because it was we got to see behind the scenes and get up close to the animals and feed them.
These up-close experiences left a lasting impression on Dave. His 4 years as a zoo camper laid the groundwork for what would later become his life's work. After college, he accepted a conservation position at Busch Gardens Tampa, which then led him to Africa. After spending time on the gorilla study at Mbeli Bai, Dave transferred his focus to chimpanzees.
We're monitoring a community of chimpanzees that are found in an area called the Gualogo Triangle. And over a period of time, we hope to learn about the size of the community, just how many chimps are in that area, and how far these chimpanzees range, what sizes their groups are, what kind of foods they're eating, and what type of forest they need to survive. And we hope to use this information to better prepare other areas where chimpanzees will be affected by humans that are moving in.
Most chimpanzees have learned to fear humans.
There are still forests where the animals don't know human beings, and they're still intact, and we can help protect those forests.
Deep down, I always knew that I wanted to go to Africa, and in my heart, I knew I'd get there somehow, but the Mbeli Bai study allowed me to get into the field and follow my dream.
In the late 1990s, Busch Gardens conservation specialist Tina Goody traded in the creature comforts of home for the extreme creatures of the Ndoki National Park in the African Congo. The Lowland Gorilla Research Project at Mbeli Bai provides valuable information in understanding the behaviors and habitat needs of this animal. And for Tina, the project required intense, hands-on data collection in a very unique location.
This observation study, which is the longest running study of its kind, has actually been able to look into the world of the western lowland gorilla, which has been virtually unable to be seen due to the dense forest area. At first glance, you look at a gorilla, they all look the same from a distance. But using telescopes, video cameras, and still photography, we were able to look at nostrils, nose prints, coloration differences in size and behavior to identify all these gorillas.
After about a year at Mbeli Bai, Tina returned to her job at Busch Gardens Tampa, but she came back with a greater understanding of gorillas and new information that was shared and applied on site.
Anheuser-Busch has supported the Mbeli Bai project for several years, and one of the most important supports of that is to actually bring this information back into the park, into Busch Gardens, into education, to teach people about this wonderful place and these amazing animals and how to conserve it for the future.
If you've ever thought about field research as a part of your career path, take some tips from an expert.
Follow your dream. Take the steps to make that dream come true. Field researchers are always looking for a way to get people that are dedicated and inspired involved and in the field. We can do this together. We can make a difference.
Close your eyes and imagine a place where endangered primates can roam safely, where they can forage for food from real plants and trees, swing from branches, and keep cool in the midst of a waterfall. Now open your eyes and take a look at one such place, Mayombe Reserve, the Great Ape Domain at Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida. The goal of any zoological park is to offer an entertaining and educational experience for guests, while providing a nurturing, comfortable home for the animal. But beyond this accomplishment lies an even greater opportunity: to study the animal and its environment and to impact its survival. Zoological parks strive for naturalistic habitats which allow for and encourage behaviors primates exhibit in the wild. Busch Gardens Tampa identified the need for a state-of-the-art primate environment and spent 6 years planning their great ape habitat. Mayombe would contain almost 3 acres of terrain, with the chimps and gorillas each having 12,000 square feet of their own yard space. You guys have space, you give them enrichment, it takes a lot of work, but what behaviors then are you gratified to see that, they would be the same types of behaviors that you might see out in the wild or something like that?
They have a lot of social behaviors here that you would see in the wild. The main one is grooming. They do a lot of grooming to help appease some of their social conflicts. Also tool use. They use tools in the wild to get termites out of mounds. We actually have an artificial termite mound here, and they use it exactly like they would in the wild by using sticks from their habitat to find the proper ones to fit to get out their goods.
Really? So they go and they find just the right stick, or do they actually modify it as well?
Usually they just go out and find the proper sticks, and they will break it down if it's too long.
I've seen the adults use the tools to get inside the termite mound. Have you actually seen the baby use them yet?
Yes, he started, of course, just watching as a youngster with his mom, and now he's progressed so much that he actually will gather his own tools and use them in the termite mound.
Oh, that is so cool. Busch Gardens spent over 9 months constructing this habitat, and great effort went into recreating the varied terrain of West Central Africa, including the creation of rolling hills, rock outcroppings, caves, and waterfalls. The attempt to make this habitat similar to the ape's natural environment is one aspect important to their overall well-being.
There's different deadfalls throughout the yard and also different levels, and the different levels is to encourage them to climb, and of course the deadfalls, there's some that are laying on their side to encourage balancing, walking over different objects, and climbing as well. And the waterfalls, yes, they will go down occasionally and just to look at the water and the fish and the turtles that are in the water as well.
What are some of the things that you've seen them do out here, some of the activities and behaviors?
We try to do something different for them each and every day, so they'll have a different activity. As I said, we do have the termite mound. We do have actually holes drilled in some of their deadfalls, so we can put peanut butter and things like that in for them to manipulate and get out.
This attention to detail gives the animal a natural sense of home, but it also serves another purpose. With the largest glass viewing area in the U.S., Mayambi gives guests an up-close and personal look at how gorillas and chimpanzees live on a daily basis. Is it necessary to consider all these details in the making of an exhibit? The answer is yes, if it helps in the preservation of a species. As part of their conservation efforts, Busch Gardens participates in the internationally recognized Species Survival Plan, or SSP. Many animals have been helped by this cooperative management program designed to maintain genetic diversity of an endangered species. In simple terms, the SSP helps keep the gene pool healthy. So I know this year we had 2 new male gorillas transferred from the Denver Zoo. Was that part of a species survival plan?
Correct. We did have a male gorilla and his son come in, Kundu, who's 27, and his son, who is 7 years old. It's very important to relocate animals according to the species survival plan in hopes that they'll have offspring and to produce a more widespread gene pool.
And were they able to be introduced to the rest of the group right away?
We had to go through a slow introduction just so they could visually see each other, and then we had them so they could touch each other, and then we got to the step where we could actually put them in together.
So I would imagine that in the future we get some breeding?
Yes, we're hoping that our male Kundu will breed with one of our females.
A healthy habitat is crucial to the well-being of an animal, and Mayambi has been a proving ground for the success of a well-planned environment for great apes. But it also provides a setting to help educate the general public about chimpanzees and gorillas, as well as playing a critical role in helping to conserve the species. Ultimately, what we can learn about these animals will only aid in the fight to save them.
Mayambi is great because the guests can come in and get an up-close view of the animals and gain a respect for the animals, and then you can teach them how important it is to get a conservation message out to them so they can get educated and know what they have to do to help save the species.
A little farther from home, in Kenya to be exact, there's a safe place for chimps who have not had the best of care. Connected to the Jane Goodall Institute, Sweetwater's Chimpanzee Sanctuary is the only one of its kind in Kenya and is home to 26 orphaned and rescued chimps who have found a wonderful place to expend their energy. What's so special about chimps?
Well, any which way you look at it, they are our closest relatives. They are active compared to the orangutans and the gorillas, as you see. They hardly sit still for 2 seconds. They got a great sense of humor.
But these chimps weren't laughing much before they came to Sweetwater's. Abused or abandoned, many of them were orphaned when their parents were killed by illegal hunting or from habitat loss from logging of the rainforest and even from the illegal pet trade. What's going to stop this in the end?
We have to stop to buy any tropical timber. We have to stop the complete ruin and cutting down of their habitat, which is also the habitat of a lot of other animals that needs protection. Because if we get rid of the rainforest, there's a lot of other issues involved. Apart from all the animals, there's medical plants there, we don't even know what they are, which chimps knows certain medical plants and what they're used for that we haven't even found yet. And to destroy all this without having sought the knowledge is sacrilege to me.
In the meantime, the chimps are safe at Sweetwater's, with plenty of space to roam and lots of food to eat. And like the chimps at Mayombe, the Sweetwater chimps play an important role in educating the public. What are some of the things that you think of from a zookeeper standpoint that they can do, from a zoo standpoint that they can do to help the situation?
Well, first of all, information to the public, of course. Information education to the public that visits the zoos of what the status is like in the wild, and also what the problems are. The problems of the bushmeat, the problems of the logging, the byproduct of it, which we get, and the problem we have on looking after them simply because nothing's free in this world. And as we know, chimps live for 50 years or more.
Well, you guys are doing a wonderful job here at Sweetwater Sanctuary, and Jane Goodall Institute has done a wonderful job of setting it up and making sure we do have a place to care for these orphans.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
March 12, 2003 marked a special day in the history of Busch Gardens, Tampa. For the first time ever, a baby orangutan was born at this zoological park. Safe and healthy, adding another member to the family of orangutans at Busch Gardens.
Alina, you are so cute. You just keep getting cuter. Yes, you do.
She is so adorable.
Yes, this is Alina. Hi. She's a 10-month-old Bornean orangutan, and she was born here at Busch Gardens. And her name, Alina, is actually Malaysian, and it means to create a friendly and sociable nature, which she does because every time somebody sees her, they smile.
Absolutely. Now, when did you find out that her mom, Dayak, was pregnant?
We found out, it was about a month into her pregnancy when we found out that she was expecting. And one of the things that we started right away with Dayak is a maternal training program for her, because we realized that she had been hand-raised at the zoo where she was born. So we wanted to make sure that she had as many skills as possible to help take care of Alina when she was born.
What were some of the most important behaviors that you were thinking about teaching Dayak before the actual birth?
Some of the things that we did is because she was also a first-time mother, we trained her on different behaviors like bringing novel objects to the mesh and holding them at the mesh for a couple minutes. So in case she wouldn't let Alina nurse, we could actually bottle feed Alina because she would hold the baby up against the mesh. And then with her dad, Skinny, we started teaching him a behavior of gentle because we wanted to make sure that he was very gentle with her. So we would take a stuffed animal, orangutan, and present it at the mesh and ask him to touch it gently, things like that.
After all the preparation, there were complications with the birth, and the decision was made to hand-raise Alina. Coffee explains why.
We think one of the main reasons is because she had to have an emergency cesarean, which means that she never had a natural birth, so she basically had no idea where Alina came from. And since she was a first-time mother as well, that connection just never clicked. We decided that we were going to give her 24-hour care if that needed to happen, if we needed to hand-raise her. So she's been having 24-hour care ever since the day that she was born, and that really makes a big difference in a great ape's psychological development, is having that 24-hour care, because that's what they would get with their mother.
Alina quickly became an ambassador to teach people about orangutans and the other great apes as well. Coffee, do you find that the public is very interested in her?
Very, very interested in her. What we've done is we bring her up to the Nairobi field station here and have her there in front of the windows for about an hour every day. We have a keeper on the sidewalk educating, so we make sure to get the right message across. And it is really neat to see someone walk up who has no idea about what a great ape is like or what they're about, and then 20 minutes later have that person walk away with a completely different understanding, knowing all about orangutans, what it's like to hand raise them, and their plight in the wild. So it's worked out really well for us.
What a difference one little baby can make, huh?
She's educated a lot of people.
Now, what about her future? What's in store for her?
We hope to do an introduction with the adults probably in the next couple months, because we want to make sure that she knows how to be an orangutan, and the longer she's with an orangutan mom, the more likely she is going to be to take care of her own offspring. So of course we want her to be a good mother when the time comes.
Around the world, people are pulling together to help save the great apes. Birute Galdikas, president and co-founder of the Orangutan Foundation International, has devoted her life's work to helping this endangered species.
OFI is an organization that is dedicated to the preservation of orangutans and the tropical rainforest habitat in the wild.
What do you look as your most satisfying change that has happened since 1971 when you first went there to right now?
Well, the most important change, and it's very profound, is that the national park, which then didn't exist, is now protected.
Through education about the plight of orangutans, the #1 source of habitat destruction, logging, has been stopped in this park. OFI's partnerships with organizations such as Busch Gardens help increase awareness and ultimately aid in the fight to preserve this precious habitat.
Education is the first step in increasing awareness, increasing consciousness that these problems do exist in the real world, that orangutan populations are going extinct. People need to know about this. And so all the education programs that Busch Gardens has are very valuable in this regard.
Results from a study determine the future course of a project and can send researchers down unexpected paths. So when the original mission changes direction, flexibility is crucial.
The mission of OFI has changed over the years in the sense that initially we were concentrating on the orangutans themselves, but now most of our effort is going to protect the habitat, you know?
Because without habitat, you're not going to have any wild orangutans or other animals anyway.
Exactly.
A lot of caring people at Orangutan Foundation International, Busch Gardens, and other organizations are working together to make a difference in the plight of the great apes and add one more baby to the population count. Her name is Alina. Even though you may not live in Africa or Asia, there are many things that you can do to aid in the preservation of great apes and other endangered species right from your own backyard. First, be an informed consumer. Logging is a major cause of habitat loss, so refuse to buy wood from the rainforest. Wood such as teak, mahogany, and rosewood, unless it's certified sustainable and legal. Even being aware of where your paper products come from can make a big difference. Palm oil and other plantation exports often harm forest habitat as well. Secondly, ecotourism is growing more and more popular, and it's getting easier to visit lodges and sanctuaries where these animals actually live. This helps the economy, which motivates locals to save species and habitat. Support organizations that you know help endangered species. Send a donation to the organization of your choice. Become aware of their programs and see how you might get involved. And lastly, contact your local zoological park. Find out what they're doing to raise awareness and help conserve these species. As I said at the beginning, conservation work is seldom easy. But at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, we don't just think it's worth the effort, we know it is. Change always starts with just one person. Will it be you? I'm Julie Scardina, saying thanks for caring about the great ape story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us. So we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Hey there, I'm Jennifer Pulley, and welcome to another episode of NASA 360. We have a great show lined up for you today. First, we're going to talk about NASA's exploration plans. You know, like where are they headed? Try the moon. We're going back, and Mars. Then, for all you gearheads out there, we're going to show you how IndyCar and NASCAR are using some NASA technologies in racing. But first, let's talk about this behind me. By the end of the next decade, NASA is planning on going back to the moon. Now, technology, it has changed so much since 1969 when they originally landed on the moon. So NASA's been developing new technologies, new spacecraft, new structures to help them get back. And with any new plan like this, huge concern, safety, and it should be. With that being said, NASA has begun testing the new concepts and vehicles to help them get back to the moon. And this thing behind me, it's part of the testing. It's called the Flight Test Article for the Launch Abort System. What does that mean? Let me help you break it down. The vehicles that NASA will be using in their new exploration plans will look very similar to the Apollo vehicles used back in the 1960s and 70s, but these will be much more advanced. NASA's new spacecraft will include the Ares rockets that will carry crew and cargo into space, the Altair lunar lander that will bring crews down to the lunar surface, and finally there will be the Orion capsule that will house NASA astronauts during liftoff and return to Earth. So you see, this flight test article is a mock-up of that Orion capsule I was just talking about. Yeah, but why would NASA need a mock-up like this? In the unlikely event that the astronauts need to escape from the launch pad quickly, the launch abort system will lift the Orion capsule away from the danger area, 1 mile in the air and 1 mile downrange. Parachutes will deploy, and the capsule will come down for a landing. So before astronauts fly in this capsule, NASA must test it to be sure it operates properly and that it's safe.
That's where the flight test article comes in. NASA can't rely on computer simulations alone, so they need to test a full-scale unmanned version of the craft. It will be strapped onto the escape rocket motor and fired to make sure that everything works as planned. The results of this test will help NASA make sure everything is in working order and give some reassurance that this system will keep the crews safe.
By now, if you didn't already know it before, you've heard me say NASA first went to the moon back in 1969. But did you know that tons of the materials developed for those first moon missions can be found in our daily lives? That's right. You can find some NASA-inspired technologies in your home, your car, your computer, even in the packaging for the food we eat. And guess where else they can be found? Try professional sports equipment. There's not a sport around that hasn't been touched by NASA in some way. Now, to help show us that NASA technology, Johnny Alonso cruised down to Miami, Florida to meet with some folks from the IndyCar series.
How's it going? Johnny Alonso. Let me ask you something. If you had to guess, what would you say is the most popular spectator sport in the world? Football? Soccer? Basketball? Yeah, those are all popular, but one that doesn't come to mind as quickly is auto racing. Hands down, auto racing's in the top tier of sporting events, and just to prove that, all you gotta do is check out the numbers. You know the Indianapolis Motor Speedway that hosts the Indy 500? That place can almost seat 400,000 people, and that's just for one race. One race.
From the first cars ever built through today, people have always wanted to see cars go faster and faster. But let me tell you, by today's standards, those early cars weren't exactly what you would call safe. A lot of drivers didn't wear seatbelts or helmets, and actually many of the cars didn't even have padded seats. So things could get sketchy really fast in the old days. But today's racing is very different. Although it's still fraught with risks, the technology and engineering that goes into the sport is amazing. Without doubt, racing is one of the most advanced and technology-driven sports around.
Okay, so what does NASA have to do with racing? Well, a lot more than you might think. Dozens of NASA-inspired technologies that were originally created for space and aeronautics are now being used in race cars. So to find out more about these NASA-inspired technologies, I traveled down to the Homestead Miami Raceway to speak with some key people from IndyCar.
Even if you don't know anything about racing, you know what an IndyCar is. These super sleek race cars can put out over 700 horsepower and can reach speeds well over 200 miles per hour. The IndyCar series is the premier open-wheeled racing league in the country. Now, open-wheel is different from, say, NASCAR because the steering wheel is outside the main body, not tucked under a roof.
So a lot of testing goes into every car, and one of the key elements that are being tested are the car's aerodynamic characteristics.
Aerodynamics is a big deal in racing because you want your car to go fast, but stay on the track at the same time. Think about it like this. When a jetliner takes off, it's usually moving between 150 and 180 miles per hour. So, if an Indy car goes over 200 miles per hour, you would think it might take off too, right? Well, one of the major reasons the car sticks to the ground is because of its wings. Yeah, that's right. Indy cars have wings that are similar to a jetliner. But the big difference is the IndyCar wings are turned upside down, providing downforce instead of lift. So, instead of the car taking off like a plane does, the air pressure pushes the car towards the ground, keeping it firmly planted on the track.
So how are race cars' aerodynamic characteristics tested? Well, pretty much the same way we test airplanes, in wind tunnels. A lot of car designers team up with NASA to use NASA wind tunnels to get a better handle on aerodynamics. So whether you're driving in your family car, flying in a plane, or zipping around in an Indy car, it's a good bet that a lot of initial testing was done at NASA. Another NASA-inspired technology being used in racing today is the fire protection suits worn by drivers and pit crews. Originally used by NASA astronauts for the rigors of space, today's drivers wear boots, gloves, masks, and overalls that can help keep them safe in case of a fire. In fact, these suits are so good that recent tests determined that drivers can theoretically survive up to 35 seconds in a fire, with the heat reaching 1,500 degrees. Help us find out about the cutting-edge technology used in these cars. I spoke with my buddy Les McTaggart from the IndyCar series.
This is a current IndyCar series car, and I mean, this car is capable of probably traveling over 230 miles an hour at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So safety is one of the prime concerns for us, obviously because the drivers are very important. So the whole car, this whole section of the car really is the cockpit area where the driver's located. He sits in this area here, We have a headrest structure around here. This has foam inside, and it's to protect the driver's head in an accident so that this compresses. Behind that we have a molded seat. Now this seat is it's made of a dense foam material, and it's actually molded to the driver's body. It fits every curvature of his body to hold him very securely in the cockpit, so that in a high impact condition he doesn't move in the car, because if he moves in the car, that's when you get an injury.
Let's talk about aerodynamics.
Right, the aerodynamics of these cars actually is really cool, because the whole car is designed like an upside down wing. We propel the air under the car faster than it flows over the top surface, and the reason that we do that is to create ground effects. And the ground effects on this car typically is probably about 3,000 pounds of negative pressure. So you could run this car on the ceiling at 180 miles an hour and it wouldn't fall off.
Wow.
And the idea is so you can go through corners very fast because the car is actually sucked to the ground.
So can you tell the viewers how the aerodynamics have actually changed with the cars?
Yeah, I mean, certainly over the last 10 or 15 years, they've become much more sophisticated because we have many more tools to refine the cars. Okay. Wind tunnels have become much more sophisticated in terms of the speeds we can run the cars in. And we can understand all aspects of the cars now, because not only going in a straight line, we look at how they spin, how they react, resistance to the car, and can we improve the safety of the car in different situations. So the tools available to us now are 10 times better than they were 15 years ago. Safety is very important to us, and we're constantly looking at new technology to try and improve the situation for the drivers, because all we can do really is minimize the risk, and anything that we can improve, as I say, we're constantly looking at structures and different mechanisms to make it better.
Drivers have also benefited from other NASA-inspired technologies. Things like improved brakes, oil seals, specialized safety seats, accelerometers, and many, many other things. So who are these daredevils that take these risks every day? Well, I caught up with a few drivers to find out how technology is not only helping them drive better, but be safe too.
If you're a race car driver, you're never going to fear that something's going to happen to you. Obviously, it's good to have the safety, but we're always going to be in a risk. It's never going to be 100% safe.
Yellow car in front. Yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow. Great job, Johnny.
It makes us more comfortable knowing that we have an extra safety devices. We have the Hunt's device, which is it's a device that we put around our necks, and it's attached to the helmet. Because if you had a head crash, your neck wouldn't snap, so you wouldn't break your neck, and then all the other things I talked about. But there's so many variables that can happen on the streets that don't happen here, that I would say I feel a lot safer in the racetrack than actually on the streets.
Now, I mean, we have the seats molded to us. I mean, everything, I mean, it's all really compact. The cars are meant to disintegrate, like, so it takes less G-forces off of us, exactly. So, you know, we still, as drivers, we don't like to even talk about it, but no, it's great. I mean, you know, as long as these cars stay on the ground, that you're safe. So it's come definitely a long way. Sure. Not as far as maybe NASA, but.
All right. So we found out a few technologies that some race car engineers are using that originally came from NASA. But do you think NASA can learn anything from an Indy car? You better believe it.
Check it out. Right now, NASA is planning missions back to the moon and onto Mars. The capsule NASA will be using is called the Orion. And even though Orion looks similar to the old Apollo capsule, it's a brand new state-of-the-art spacecraft that'll hold between 4 and 6 crew members. Now, if you recall, when the old Apollo capsules returned from the moon, they splashed down into the ocean, right? Well, that worked well for the Apollo. But today, NASA scientists are researching whether the Orion will come down in the ocean or if they wanted to come down on land. Either way, some serious work is going into understanding how to protect astronauts from injury during landing.
Although NASA has tons of data on what astronauts may experience during landing, they're also working with IndyCar to look at their data too. This is because IndyCar has detailed data for every crash since 1996. As you can imagine, when a car hits the wall at 200 miles per hour, the occupant will experience huge G-loads. So it's a no-brainer that IndyCar and NASA would be working hand in hand to produce better protection strategies for both drivers and astronauts. NASA will use much of the data to help design optimum seat configurations to help minimize risks to our crews upon re-entry and landing, while IndyCar will benefit by having NASA researchers designing seat configurations that may also help keep race drivers safe. So whether in spacecraft or in race cars, both groups are working hard to provide the best protection for vehicle occupants.
Okay, earlier in the show, we talked about how NASA is planning on sending astronauts back to the moon and then on to Mars, remember? All right, well, here's a question for you. Where are they going to live once they get there? And most likely, during the first few missions, astronauts will live on the spacecraft that got them there. But as they begin to stay for longer and longer periods of time, NASA's really going to need to provide some permanent living quarters. So, are we talking condos? Are we talking apartments on the moon? Not quite. What will astronaut housing look like on the moon and Mars? And how will it be constructed? Let me tell you. Right now, the leading candidate for moon and Mars habitats are something called inflatable structures, like these guys right here. Now, these structures are kind of similar to those giant blow-up bounce houses you might find at your state fair or at a birthday party. However, the inflatable structures that NASA's looking at are as tough as nails. They're hard as steel, and they're able to withstand the rigors of space as well as the different environments of Mars and the moon. I spoke with Judith Watson at NASA Langley to find out how these inflatable structures are going to work.
Inflatables have been around for a long time. If you go back as early as the early satellites like the Echo, that was actually a balloon that we orbited all in space. So it was an inflatable structure. As early as the 1960s, Wernher von Braun was considering using inflatables on a space station orbiting the Earth. So they've been around for a long time. More recently, in the 90s, we started looking at a possibility of one as part of space station to give the astronauts a little bit more room. So it's not that uncommon. It's been around for a while, and now we want to take it and take a look at it. Is it good enough for the astronauts to live in on the moon? We're actually looking at materials like Kevlar and Vectran, which are very sturdy fabric materials. We use a bladder that's a polyethylene coated type material, so it's sort of a rubber coating to it to help hold the atmosphere in. Your Kevlar, your Vectran, which is like webbing, acts as a restraint layer and holds the load. So you have a very sturdy fabric material holding in the atmosphere. Then you put other layers on top of that to protect it thermally from the changes in temperature. It gets quite hot and quite cold on the moon. We also have to look out for radiation problems for the crew. The moon is going to be like living on a vacuum. So you don't have an atmosphere, we don't have air, we have to take that with us. We have the micrometeoroid threat, which means there's small little rocks, varying sizes, that come through very fast at very high speeds, much faster than even a bullet comes through on Earth, that can hit the structure and punch a hole in it. And that's the same whether it's steel, composite, or an inflatable structure. So whatever we put up there, we have to put up a protection layer to protect against that.
Geez, I have to tell you, I'm dying to touch that. Just to see if I can kind of push it. And can we go over?
Sure,
Should I take a look?
Come on over. It can be hard as steel. Right now, it's only pressurized like 0.1 psi.
Right.
We want to go to 9 psi. So that's like going from 1 to 100. So it gets a lot stiffer. So if you push on this, you can push on it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little give to it.
It's a little give. But in reality, once you really bring it up in pressure, the way that it's going to be on the moon, it's going to be as hard as steel. To give you an example of it, here's my trusty basketball. Basketballs are basically inflatables in their own right. They have a certain type of material on them. They're actually even coated with rubber, not unlike we're going to coat the inside of this guy. And if you think about it, they're pretty darn hard.
They are.
So they can bounce. So it's going to be a very similar principle. We're going to put enough pressure in there that this thing's going to be very hard.
Judith, if I'm an astronaut on the moon, how do I get into an inflatable structure? If it's pressurized, when I walk into it or go into it, isn't it going to affect the pressure?
It will, and that's why we have airlock. So if you want to step around this way, I can show you the airlock and how it operates. Then we can open the door, and you can step inside. And here you go.
Oh, wow, this is amazing. Earlier you were talking about the bladder.
Yes.
Okay. Describe what you mean by the bladder of this structure.
Okay, the bladder's this inside layer. It's coated in polyethylene, which is like a rubber, and that's to keep the air from going out. The idea is we don't want this even leaking a little bit. Anything in space is going to leak a very small amount.
Right.
So we want them to keep their air as long as possible. So we've got that on the inside, and it usually doesn't maintain the structure, the tension that's caused by the air. It's just here to protect the air from going out.
Okay.
So it's a little bit larger, so there we get little wrinkles sometimes if it's not totally inflated like it is right now. It's very stretchable.
Very stretchable.
So that's what the inside is made out of.
All right, Judith, I think we're equalized. We ready to go?
Sure thing.
so cool.
I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Very happy to show it to you.
So we know NASA is not just going to send up these inflatable structures to the moon or Mars without testing them first, but where on Earth do you test these structures to make sure they can withstand the rigors of space? NASA packed an inflatable structure habitat and sent it down to McMurdo Station, Antarctica, where the focus was to see how easy it was to deploy and how it held up under those harsh conditions. A small group unpacked and set up the inflatable, then began to inflate it. Once the inflatable was laid out and secured, about 6 minutes later, it was fully inflated and ready to be used. This is good news because although the conditions are tough down in Antarctica, it will probably be just a little bit harder on the moon, where astronauts have to carry their own oxygen and work inside bulky spacesuits. You may wonder if this inflatable structure can actually hold up on the moon and Mars. Why doesn't NASA just send up rigid structures? Well, there are a lot of reasons, but two of the most important are storage and weight. Right now, this huge inflatable structure can fold up into a very small space for shipment to the moon, and it's considerably lighter than rigid structures. Now, this is important. To land 1 pound of supplies on the lunar surface, NASA must launch 125 pounds of hardware and fuel to get it there. Another benefit is that this inflatable structure can be taken down and redeployed multiple times, permitting exploration beyond the initial landing area. So it looks like NASA is on the right track.
Okay, so earlier in the program, we showed you how NASA's working with the IndyCar series to help make changes in safety and technology. But they're not the only racing series that NASA's working with. That's right, NASA's also helping NASCAR to help make improvements in their cars too. Of course, many of the NASA technologies found in IndyCar and in NASCAR are the same. But there are some unique characteristics found in stock car, not found in IndyCar. So what are they? I cruised down to Mooresville, North Carolina to speak with one of the premier teams in all of racing, Team Penske. Can you tell me some things that NASA has been influential with auto racing?
Yeah. In fact, we've got some good applications that we use right here. A lot of them are related to how we protect the driver, keep his head in the game, so to speak. Obviously, one of the byproducts of combustion is carbon monoxide. Bad stuff.
Now, many drivers have complained about headaches, nausea, and dizziness. So, to help these drivers with this type of sickness, Team Penske once again worked with NASA.
The solution came from a NASA project called the Low Temperature Oxidation Catalyst that was originally designed for use on space-based atmospheric lasers. So Penske engineers took the basic idea from NASA and then designed a catalytic air filter that removes over 99% of all airborne particles. Once the particles are removed, the air is cooled and pumped into the driver's helmet, giving them fresh, clean air. With this new development, carbon monoxide sickness in drivers may soon be a thing of the past.
And this may seem pretty obvious, but one key difference between IndyCar and NASCAR is that NASCAR vehicles have a roof. So why is this so important? Well, one big factor is heat.
In an Indy car, the driver is exposed to a 200-mile-per-hour wind stream, which keeps them relatively cool. But in a stock car, the roof keeps a lot of the heat inside, allowing temperatures to reach upwards of 160 degrees. To combat this, NASCAR teams began insulating car cockpits with the same type of thermal protection system that protects the space shuttle when it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. This addition only added 4 pounds to the car, but cut the heat inside by over 50 degrees.
We're always questioning the design. First thing is, we have what's called a scale model program. We have a car just like this, but it's 45% of that in every detail. We'll blow that and do design studies on that to figure out, how things work.
Right.
Second thing is, we'll take these full cars and we'll blow them in a wind tunnel.
Sure.
We've done it at Langley.
NASA wind tunnel.
There you
go.
go.
At Langley.
Another way is purely theoretical, to use computational fluid dynamics to look at the flow of the car, which is all mathematical. If you take all of those approaches and combine them, you start to get a full understanding of what's going on and how to make it faster.
Doctor, what inspired you to become an engineer?
Well, NASA had a huge role in it. I grew up in that community, watched all the moon launches from my front yard, so it was just a part of that culture. And science and technology and engineering as applied science, it was a natural for me. So I couldn't say no. Haven't regretted it since.
So Ken, thanks so much for having us down here at Penske Racing.
No problem.
Definitely, and we'll be seeing you at the next race.
Enjoyed it.
Take care. So we have learned a lot today about exploration. and how NASA technologies are helping out in auto racing. And with us going back to the moon and on to Mars, there's no doubt that tons of these NASA technologies will be converted to be used in our everyday lives. Yeah. Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonso. Catch you next time on NASA 360. Help us find out about the cutting technology to cutting edge.
What about the most
And how NASA technologies are helping out. Again?
Dozens of national. Yeah. Right. Okay. So what is that?
So Ken, thanks for having me down here at Penske Racing.
No problem.
And
Enjoyed it.
we'll be rooting for you too. Do it again. So Ken, thanks so much for having us down here at Penske Racing.
No problem. Come back anytime. Enjoyed it.
Definitely. And we'll be voting for you. Jeez, I can't get this done. You're moving the card, I'm moving out. Voting, rooting.
Or actually can be found. Ah!
So to find out what some more of these NASA-inspired technologies are, I came here. Ah, that was it! Driving in a family car, zipping around in an Indy car. Sure bet that, whatever, the last line.
for a good good morning, friends. Good morning. Like our will you, Jesse? Good morning, friends. Good morning. Oh, that is perfect, perfect, perfect. I hope you're good this morning. I see lots of smiles. I do. We are so happy to be here today. What a great crowd. I want you to thank Miss Lorna for this summer reading program. Let's give her a hand. I have known Miss Lorna for many, many years. Love her to death. Used to drive the bookmobile over here. Met her then. Miss Donna and I used to be at Smyrna. I got so many ties into LaVergne. I just absolutely love it. This fella over here is just awesome. You're going to see that in just a minute. This is my cousin Jesse. His granny and my mama, his granny and my daddy are brother and sister. That's how we're kin. So, all of his grandparents, both of his grandparents were on the Grand Ole Opry. So naturally, Jesse said, I'm going to play too. Guys, he's only 17 and he started when he was 4. Okay? Isn't that awesome? So I'm so glad to have him. Give him a hand. So the two of us together make up the Imagine That crew. That's us, all right? We just put our heads together one day and said, boy, can you imagine that crew together? And look what happened. There we are. We're going to have a lot of fun today, guys. I have all kinds of cool stuff. Jesse has written songs. He's going to play some music that is just too cool, okay? Are y'all ready to have some fun? Yeah! Are you ready? I need to know if you're happy and you know it, because I forgot my coffee this morning, so you got to help me wake up. Will you do that for me? Okay, stand up, guys. Here we go. Now, last time, Jesse tricked me, and he kept going faster and faster and faster and ran off and left me when we did this song. You think we can do it? Think we can do it? I think so. Here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. What else do we do? He's getting faster and faster. What do we do? What? Clap our hands again. Okay, here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. You got it, Sandy. I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. Awesome. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, no, right. Let's stretch that right arm. You ready? Oh, yeah. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, yeah. I think we're up now. Hey, guys. Your summer reading program this year, what's the theme? Raise your hand if you can tell me the theme or the title of your summer reading program. What you got, babe? Dream Big, Read. I love it. Boy, we went somewhere, I forget where it was, and all of them just looked at me. They didn't have the same theme. Whoops. So anyway, but you guys are the same as us. Dream Big, Read. Now, I have a question for you. There's 2 kinds of dreaming, right? One's where you go sleep. Let's go sleep. You ready? Take a nap. And it's where you dream. And you hear some music and you have dreams like that, right? Okay, everybody wake up. Then there's another dream. You're going to dream about or have in mind what you want to be when you grow up. That's another dream. So raise your hand if you know what you're going to be. I'm going to find out a little later, but raise your hand. So do you understand the difference? One is where we go to sleep and we're dreaming, right? And one is where we know what we're going to be and we're going to dream to be that when we grow up. Got it? Got it? Awesome. Well, you know what? Our friend Varmint came today, and I kind of forgot to tell Varmint what our theme was. So he's going to need y'all's help. Major. Are y'all ready? Let's go get him. I think he's back here. Did we put him back here, Jess?
I think he's back here.
Okay, let's go sing. Let's go sing. 1, 2, 3. Varmint! Good morning. Good morning. Oh. Oh, your house is drinking or you're getting out. Oh my
right there. Why are you ordering? We're not at Sonic. Did I sleep through Sonic? You did. You slept through Sonic. I'll feed you when we get through. Does that work? Okay. All right. Well, we got to do our show and then we'll eat. Sound good? Okay. He likes to eat a whole lot, guys. But anyway, we are doing the summer reading program, and it's called Dream Big Read. Aw, what's the matter, Varmint? That just means, what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't want to grow up. Aw. Can you say, aw? He doesn't want to grow up, guys. Well, I tell you what. Let's talk about some things that maybe you could be when you grow up. Anybody got any ideas? And maybe Varmint can go look. What you got, buddy?
I can be small when I grow up.
Yeah, what do you think Varmint could be when he grows up? Any ideas? Let's give him some hints. What you got, baby?
I'll be a builder.
And build a Sonic right there. Yeah, you can build a Sonic. One of them told you yesterday to be a store manager, didn't you? Yeah. All right, well, tell him bye. I want you to go in your house. I want you to look around for some things. Got it? Here we go. Say bye, Varmint. Bye. Here we go. Oh. Okay. He's got to stop eating so many burgers. He's not going to fit in his house anymore. Did you know that? All right, let's do a song that Jessie has written, and this is called Nobody Like Me. And you know what? There is nobody like you. Did you know that? There is nobody in this world like you. Are there 24 Jessies running around? No. We'd have music everywhere, wouldn't we? Is there 7 Cheyennes running around? No, I'm her mommy. I'm glad. All right, guys, we are going to do this song because it's Nobody Like Me. And you're going to put your hands in the air. And then when you hear the word me, you're going to point to yourself and say me. Because this is just for you. Everybody stand up.
Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. I'm one of a kind. From head to my toes, there's nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. No matter how hard I try, originality shines. There's nobody quite like me.
Ready? Here's our part.
I'm round and I'm tall. I'm short and I'm slow.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Here comes the dreaming. Ready?
Nobody dreams like me. Nobody dreams like me. I think all the time with big dreams in mind. There's nobody dreams like me. I learn while I grow, go the places I'll go.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Awesome. Is there anybody like you? No. Very good. Give yourselves a hand. You are awesome. Give yourselves a hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. All right. I see some books over here. Miss Lorna, if we read a book, can we put it on our summer reading list? Woo! Let's read a book. Are you ready? Jessie, I love this book, but it just needs something. It just needs like some sound. It does. It needs sounds. Could you help us do some of that?
I'll do it.
He'll do that. Did you hear him? He'll do that. Where am I going to sit so we can hear? Let me grab this over here. Grab this book. And then, let's see what kind of sounds Jessie has. Are you ready? This is called Reach for the Stars. Reach for the Stars. And other advice for life's journey. Sound pretty cool? Life's journey. Let's see. You know what? You've got your whole world ahead of you. Every dream and everything you want to be, you have ahead of you. If you work hard, you can do it. Other times, it'll be a bumpy ride with a fork in the road. Is there gonna be forks in the road when we grow up? No. Somebody the other day said, a fork in the road. We said, no, not a real fork, right? Uh-oh. You may feel like a fish out of water, and you may even feel like a small fish in a big pond. You know, like when you go to college and there's 50,000 people in college with you? That's what my little boy said. I said, you'll be all right, you'll be fine. Well, that's your chance to make a splash. If you sink like a stone, feeling like you're over your head. Oh, did you hear that? Look at his head. Oh, he's sunk. You'll be all right, because it seems that you'll be fighting an uphill battle. My goodness. Oh, but what better time to reach for the moon and shoot for the stars. Let's grab the stars. Here it comes. Hold it in your lap. Hold it in your lap. Uh-oh. You won't always be top dog. Oh, in fact, sometimes you'll be in the doghouse. Thanks, Dad. That's helping. Uh-oh, we gotta get on our horse. Are you ready? Let's get on our horse. You ready? Then we gotta ride. You hear that? Here we go. So you have to dust yourself off and get right back in the saddle. If you keep a cool head and use a little, hold out your arm. Something wrong with y'all's elbows around here. You know that? What is that? A little elbow grease. That's what you have to use. That's what my granny used to say. You put a little elbow grease in it, it'll come out good. You know that? That's what she used to say.
I use elbow grease.
You can blaze your own trail. Are you ready? And march to the beat of your own drum. He's doing his drum. Oh, this one's good. You keep your eye, do this with me, eye on the prize. And you might just get the jackpot. Everybody say, whoop, whoop. Yeah. But you know what? If not, there's always time to start from scratch and turn the page. Something's not working? Grab your heart. It's okay to have a change of heart. And sometimes you will make mountains out of molehills. Oh, this might hurt too. Oh, but you may still want to be on pins and needles sometimes. And the grass will seem greener on the other side. But you know what's going to help you to get to the other side? Friends. Did you know that? Miss Taylor wants to tell you something, and I don't want you to ever forget it. As long as we have friends, Mama and Daddies, is this all true? When we have our friends, we have everything, don't we? Don't we? We have, that's right, we have everything. So you guys don't forget it. But, you know, friends will bend over backwards to help you, and soon you'll be rolling in the clover. This one, it says, when you have all your ducks in a row. Does that mean we have to go buy a bunch of ducks?
No.
No, what does that mean? When you're, it means a duck crossing. It means that you have everything in order. And you know what? Put out your wings, guys. Because soon you can spread your wings. And that is reach for the stars. Pretty good advice, huh? Yeah, pretty good advice. I'm ready to dance. Are you ready to dance? Let's dance. I want to see some dancing, some moving. Here we go. Woo! Y'all gonna teach you. All right, have a seat, sweetheart. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is on the floor. You know what? I wonder how Varmint's doing. Should we check on him? Yeah. Think he's found anything that he wants to be? I sure hope so. 1, 2, 3, Varmint! Varmint! Here's something. Oh, goodness, buddy. Oh, goodness. Oh, you are so heavy. Come on, Dave. Bring these out. I don't know what that's all about. Let's see. Let's lay right here. Have you found something that you want to be, Varmint? Have you found something? You have. Okay. All right. Put the first one on. Okay, ready? Oh, my. Varmint. Can Varmint be a bee, guys, when he grows up? But I love honey right there. I know you love honey, but you've got to be something different. Let's try. What else you got? Can he be a kitty cat, guys? Jesse, is there any help? You guys have been looking at each other. You know what I think they're doing? I think they're cooking something up. I have to watch both of them. Are y'all cooking up something? Oh, they are. What are you doing, Jess? What? What are you doing? Just hold on right there. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, goodness. What on earth are you? Oh, my. What is a concert pass and sunglasses? Uh-oh. What does Varmint want to be, guys? A rock star. What are you going to sing, Varmint? Oh, with my hair back and forth. Oh, with my hair. Did y'all have this planned yet? Oh, you didn't? Oh, he didn't have one. Well, I like this song. We may have to work on the hair and the glasses a little bit. What do you think? But he wants to be a rock star, y'all.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Oh, say that loud.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Ethan, you're hired. All right? He's awesome. Marmster, that might work, but I don't know. Let's go clean up your house and we'll come back. All right? Let's have some friends come up and let's see if they can help us a little bit. Does that work? All right. I don't want to take that hair. Okay, you ready?
Show it.
Let's see. Gonna be a bumblebee and a mine. All right. I guess it's his own person. Hey, is anybody? I want you to tell me. Raise your hand and tell me what you would like to be when you grow up. Ethan?
I would like to be a soldier for the army. And I want to be a werewolf.
This child stole my heart in like 30 seconds. That is awesome. Good job, buddy. What you got, darling? What do you want to be? A police officer? I want you to stand right here. I want you to stand right here. What you got, babe? A dolphin trainer. Oh, if I'd have brought that outfit, that'd have been awesome. What do you want to be? A doctor. Come stand right here. What do you want to be, darling? A what? A nurse. Oh, that's so wonderful. I need a boy. What you got? A basketball player. Very cool. Anybody want to be a fireman? You want to be a fireman? Come here. Stand right here. What else have I got? Oh, a chef. Does anybody ever wanted to cook and be a chef? I need a boy. I love my girls, but I need a boy. Ethan, have you ever wanted to be a chef?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and hey, there is another thing I want to do. Well, for the army, I do want to
be a chef, so would you like to cook in the military? Okay, if you do, come on up. How about that? We'll do all that other stuff later. Woo! All right. Y'all ready? All right. Don't fall. Okay. I have the chef outfit. I called some of my dear friends, and I said, I want to take some of your outfits with me this summer because I want to see what our friends look like that are dreaming about what they want to be. So here's what we're going to do. Am I going to lose Ethan in this big old jacket today? I think so. Ethan, are you ready? He's a dancer chef, y'all. Ready? Okay, here. Hold your spoon. Hold your spoon. Oh. All right. Where's my police officer? Oh. This is real, guys. Look at this. This is from a SWAT team officer in Smyrna. I called him and he let us borrow this. Is that too cool or what? Put that on. I put this on my girl and Leslie. She said, my mama's the sheriff in this town. I said, oh my. What do you think about that? Is it heavy? It's not heavy? All right. What else we got over here, guys? Oh, where's my doctor? Are you my doctor? I might lose you too. I don't know. This came from a dear friend of mine that is actually a dentist. But he let us borrow it so we can talk about a doctor. Ethan's gonna dance while he cooks for us. You know that? Now, my dear friends at Amable Fire Department, let us use this. And here's the deal. You can't fall in the floor because this is heavy. Are you ready? Okay. Can his neck do it, guys? That's right. You hear your rocky music? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh! All right. Woo! Give him a hand. Oh, they got race team. Awesome. Race team. They want you to face that way, she said. All right. Guys, we are going to go around now. We're going to interview our friends, and we're going to see just how long they have wanted to be these people. Ethan is going to tell me. How long have you wanted to be a chef?
Well, ever since I started helping my dad cooking eggs.
Cooking eggs. It all started with cooking eggs. Give Ethan a hand. This is what it's going to look like, guys. That's right. That's right. Okay, now I can't talk to you. Something ain't happening here. Oh, there you are. How long do you want to be a fireman?
Fire
Forever? Forever, guys. Say, aww. Okay, now, the deal is, when you're the police officer, she can't give any of us a ticket, right? No tickets when you grow up. Is that the deal? How long have you wanted to be a police officer? Since you were 1 year old. How cool is that? Give her a hand, guys. Now, this is who's going to take care of us. This is who's going to help us. How long do you want to be a doctor?
Ever since I went to the doctor.
Ever since you went to the doctor. You must have had a good experience. Did you? No shots?
I had kind of 2 shots in one day. I was still dreaming to be one of them.
But you still wanted to do it after 2 shots. That's right. That's exactly right. Give all of your friends a hand. A musician also, Ethan would like to be. I think you need to be dancing. That's what I think. Anyway, guys, what do they need to do to become and be all of these people? What do they need to do? They need to train, and they need to dream, right? They need to dream and work hard. I heard it. You need to work hard. Exactly. All right, if you all will take off your outfits right there where you are, if you can get... Are you all right? Fall off the step. Don't fall off the step. I know. Jacket, suit, yes. Okay. Okay, awesome. Now we know what you're going to look like. Look how neat. Look how neat. Boy, y'all are just awesome. Good deal. All right, Ethan, I want you to go back here. We're fixing to dance again. Are you ready? Here we go. Y'all have a seat, too. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Mr. Jesse. He wrote a song. Who remembers the song Beat It? Anybody remember that Jackson? Oh, yeah. You know what we forgot to do? Carmen forgot to do something. Jesse's got a surprise for him. And they talked about this, too. Are you ready? And then we'll do our song. What we want to do. Everybody stand up. We're going to read it. Here's your job, okay? I'm going to hold the microphone out when it's your turn so it can come through the microphone, okay? So you're going to have to say it nice and loud. When I say read it, you're going to say... Read it. When I say read it, you're going to say... Read it. Awesome, you got it. Ethan, get your dancing shoes, buddy. Here we go. This is a good one. It's got a good beat to it and everything. Y'all ready? Bend your knees a little bit. Everybody stand straight up. Bend your knees a little bit. Here we go. Oh, he's finding it. It's got to be just right. There it is. You hear it? Here
Laying back and there's nothing to do. I'm thinking really hard, trying to get a clue. But then I realized there's no need to be blue if I read it. Just read it. I thought it over and I have a great plan. I read some Dr. Seuss because he is the man. There's a book on my bed that I know I haven't read, so I read it. Just read it. Getting lazy and I'm running out of time. I need to read a book before I lose my mind. My worries go away and all will be okay if I read it. Just read it.
Holding that note. Did you see that, Jesse? I love it, I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. I was going to let you go, son. That was wonderful. Absolutely. All right. I got a question for you. We can either... Oh, no, wait. You all have made me smile so much today, it's not even funny. You are the best crowd. Give yourselves a hand. Just make me smile from ear to ear. I have a question question for you. We can either read that yawn book, where we all fall asleep when we read it, and we dream, or Jesse could do some sounds on the keyboard. What do you want to do? Jesse, raise your hand for Jesse. Yeah, you won, Jesse. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna sit right here. I don't know what he's gonna do. Let's see. What is that? Anybody know? It's a movie.
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Almost. What?
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Makes you feel like a Jedi. What movie, darling? Pirates of the Caribbean. Good job. Good job. What else you got, Jim? Here we go. Only my favorite. That's right. Mamas, this might be for us. You may know? You may know? What? Snoopy? Sounds a little bit like it. What? Everybody knows Snoopy! Yeah. All right. Now, are you going to do what I think you're going to do? Okay. Mamas, Jesse knows all about music when we were growing up. I'll put it that way. Okay? And he loves Journey, and he loves all of those things. So let me tell you, if you need to holler when he plays this next one, feel free. You ready? Here we go. Awesome. Okay, what else you want to do? He wants to do sounds. You want to do some sounds? Let's figure out what they are. All right, crisscross episode. Did you do that? Here we go. I hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Very good. I like his keyboard. How about y'all? Pretty cool, huh?
We got our own applause.
It's got its own applause, that's right. I love it. Guys, I thank you so much for being here today. Are we going to sign up for the reading program? You already did? Raise your hand. Awesome. Wonder how many books they've read, Jesse. You want to find out? You want to find out how many books? 10 books. Who's read 10 books? I know it's early, but you never know. Oh, not yet. How about 5 books? Awesome. You're on your way. You're on your way. How much? 3 books. Well, 3 books is 3 books. How about 1 book? How many? She's read 40 books. How many? 20. Oh, I'm so proud of you. 1,000. He read 1,000. Give me 5. Awesome. Mama's back here going, All right, guys. I think everybody in this room's a firecracker. Do you want to hear a firecracker pop? Let's see if we can do it. Stand up and let's do it.
3, 2, 1, blast off. Get ready for another fun-filled journey on the NASA Sci-Files as the Treehouse detectives take off for an out-of-this-world vacation. Hi, I'm astronaut Barbara Morgan, and I'm training here at NASA's Johnson Space Center to fly into space. I am also a teacher, and not long ago I was teaching math, science, and technology to 3rd and 4th graders in Idaho. That's why I'm hoping you'll pay close attention as the Treehouse detectives use all 3 of those subjects to plot their way through the case of the galactic vacation.
In the case of the galactic vacation, you will be asked the following questions. What are the 5 outer planets? What is a light year? What is parallax? And guess what? When you see this icon, you know you are getting closer to the answer.
Since we're learning so much about Earth science, I have a great activity for you guys. RJ?
What is it? Do we get to go to Mars?
Well, that depends on your imagination. I want you to create an out-of-this-world vacation. Bianca, are you with us?
You mean travel beyond Earth? Like in space?
We'll have to talk more about this tomorrow.
So where do you want to go?
I don't know, but I think I have an idea. Instead of just presenting one travel plan, we can present 3. We can divide up into teams. There are 6 of us.
Sorry, but you'll have to count me out.
Why?
I'm taking my own out-of-this-world vacation to Puerto Rico.
Why are you going there?
I'm doing a small internship at Arecibo. You know, the largest radio telescope in the world. But don't worry, you'll be hearing from me.
Maybe she can help us with some research. A perfect place to start. My A encyclopedia. A? Yes, A for astronaut. Now let's see. The first person to set foot on the moon was Neil Armstrong in July of 1969.
I want to be the first person to set foot on Mars.
Mars? That's far away.
Well, to be exact, it's 56 million kilometers when it's closest to Earth.
Let's pull all our destinations on the problem board.
I think Mars might be a cool place to go because I've read that it's a lot like Earth.
Well, I just happen to have my M encyclopedia. And it says here that Mars is a lot smaller than Earth, but has mountains and volcanoes. Interesting.
Everyone agree? We'll put Mars on the problem board under We Know. And we know that Mars will be one of our destinations.
What should be our next travel destination?
The moon. It's closer to Earth than any other object, and if I'm going to travel, I'd like to stay close to home.
Why? Is there some special reason?
I figured out that I can send and receive a stock report to and from the moon in 2.6 seconds. Can you believe that? That's not much of a time delay. Did you know that it only takes 1.3 seconds for a signal to go from the Earth to the moon?
Now really, Tony, do you think NASA astronauts think about the stock market when they decide to go into space?
No, but maybe they should.
Wow, we just got a video postcard from Bianca in Puerto Rico. Check it out.
Hi guys, I finally made it to the beautiful island of Puerto Rico. I have a history question for you. Did you know that Christopher Columbus claimed this Caribbean island as Puerto Rico for Spain in 1493? Puerto Ricans are now considered U.S. citizens because the United States took over in 1898. These are the streets of Old San Juan, or Viejo San Juan as I learned to say. I love these cobblestone streets and the brightly colored buildings. Look at the magnificent old Spanish architecture. Old San Juan is not very big, but it still has 2 fortresses that protected them during wartime. The huge concrete walls took over 100 years to be built. Puerto Rico has beautiful beaches that make up the shoreline. There are also quite a few churches and humongous mansions, like Casablanca, originally built for Puerto Rico's first governor. You'll never guess who that was. Ponce de Leon. That's right. The explorer who was searching for the Fountain of Youth. Isn't that awesome?
Bianca looks like she's really having a great time.
Yeah, it does. Now, let's see. We have the moon, Mars, and the solar system.
Maybe we should offer our clients a really adventurous trip beyond our solar system. We could go to another star in our own Milky Way galaxy.
Let's put that as our third destination.
Good morning. I'm Ted Toon with Kids Science News Network. Our travel correspondent, I Am Listening, is filing a live report from the Royal Solar System space cruise ship, the Solar Princess. I am...
Ted, this will be the vacation of a lifetime. The ship is magnificent and has everything you could want.
But I don't see any furniture, I am. Where do you sit down?
Oh, Ted, get with the program. We'll be in zero gravity, so there won't be any down to sit. Besides, all of the furniture is stowed in the walls and deploys for use.
Sounds great, I am.
And what's more, you can have water balloon fights without the balloon. In zero-G, water makes a natural sphere. Watch.
Way to go, I am. Maybe you should hold off on that water fight until you actually get into space. Well, that's all for now. I'm Ted Toon for KSNN.
Poor I am. I bet the cost of that hotel will be big bucks. Next, I think we need to know the mode of transportation for each place.
Do you mean, how are we going to get there?
Yes. NASA has already landed on the moon, so we know we can use the Saturn V rocket to get there.
I think we're gonna need a really big rocket to go to Mars.
I'm not sure about that. Maybe we need to learn more about our solar system first.
I can't make it, but you might want to go see Dr. D. I'm sure he can help us out.
I'll email him. Let him know that we're on our way. Then I can print off a couple action plans so we can organize our investigation. Go to the NASA Sci-Files website to print off your own action plan.
Hi, Dr. D.
Hi, kids. I got your email. You must be working on something exciting.
We are planning a trip to the stars.
Really?
Well, it's just a school project to design a vacation in space, but we want to make it as scientifically correct as possible.
We need to know the distances between our destinations and Earth.
Where are you planning to go on your imaginary journey?
The first place is the moon.
Well, let's see. The moon is about 400,000 kilometers away. So if there was a road to the moon and you wanted your parents to drive you there, how long would it take?
A couple of days, maybe a week or two.
If you drive at the speed limit, which on the interstates is about 100 kilometers per hour, it would take 4,000 hours or more than 165 days.
That's almost 6 months. And that's without taking any breaks or sleeping, not to mention the lack of gas stations along the way.
So how did the astronauts do it?
Well, it only took them about 3 days because they were traveling at thousands of kilometers per hour. Where else might you want to visit?
We were thinking about Mars.
By car, it would take you 64 years when Mars is at its closest.
That's a long time. I think I'd get bored.
Mars is actually a very good choice.
Why is that?
Well, you wouldn't want to go to the other inner planets. Mercury, the planet closest to the sun, has a rocky, cratered surface that is almost 430 degrees Celsius in the daytime.
Ouch, that's really hot. Doesn't water boil at 100 degrees Celsius?
Yes, and a very hot pizza oven is about 430 degrees. Because Mercury doesn't have an atmosphere to retain heat, at night it can cool to about minus 173 degrees Celsius.
Wow, I'm glad we're not going there.
The next planet out from the sun is Venus. Its surface is covered with lava flows.
Isn't it also completely covered with clouds?
Yes, its mostly carbon dioxide atmosphere is very dense. On the surface, it's hot enough to melt lead.
Isn't Jupiter the next planet after Mars?
It is. Jupiter is over 11 times the diameter of the Earth. It's mostly made of hydrogen and helium. It doesn't even have a solid surface. Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are also larger than the Earth, and they are similar to Jupiter in that there is no way to walk on their surface.
But Dr. D, you haven't mentioned Pluto. That's my favorite planet.
Pluto is very different than the other planets in the outer solar system. It's small, even smaller than our moon. Some astronomers think we shouldn't call it a planet.
I wouldn't like that.
Well, Pluto is 15,000 times further away from the Earth than our moon, and it's very, very cold. But compared to the nearest star, Pluto is close.
What's the nearest star to Earth?
It's the sun.
Okay, Dr. D, what's the next nearest star?
It's called Proxima Centauri, and it's 4.2 light years away.
What's a light year?
Let me explain. Catherine, how far do you live from your grandparents?
About 2 hours.
You just described the distance with the time it takes to get there. Light travels at 300,000 kilometers per second, so it goes about 10 trillion kilometers in a year. That's what we call a light year.
So if Proxima Centauri is 4.2 light years away, then it would take us 4.2 years to get there if we are traveling at the speed of light.
Yes, but we haven't even come close to traveling at light speed, which is the ultimate speed limit. If you drove your car to Proxima Centauri, it would take over 45 million years. Even our fastest space probe would take over 60,000 years to get there.
Wow, I had no idea space was so big. Thanks, Dr. D.
You're welcome. I have work in my office that I have to do. You can start your research here. I'll see you later.
I can't do research now. My brain is way too full of information. Let's call Bianca. Hey guys, I'm at my cousin's school, the Antonio Gonzalez Suarez Bilingual School in Añasco, Puerto Rico. They're doing an experiment in their teacher, Miss Alice Acevedo's science class, learning how to measure distances in space. Cool. Dr. D just told us about the great distances in space.
Can we take a closer look?
Sure, I'd like Kim and I to tell you all about it. Las puedo decir a mis amigos que ya están haciendo este experimento.
Sí, cómo no. Hola amigos, mi nombre es Kimberly. Oh, perdóname. I'm sorry, I'm Kimberly.
And I'm Ryder Cortez. We're here today with our mentors, Brenda Fuentes, Alexis Alicea, Carmen Garcia, and Jadeli Claudio from the Society of Women Engineers. They are assisting us with a parallax experiment to help us understand how astronomers measure distances in space. Excuse me, we need to listen to my teacher for a minute.
Hoy estaremos realizando nuestra clase de ciencia, un experimento que es utilizado por los astronautas sobre los equivalentes paralelos en el espacio.
Okay, I'm back. What's parallax?
It's the apparent change in the position of an object. Try this. Hold your thumb out in front of you and close one eye. Then close the other eye.
Looks like my thumb is moving. That's neat.
Even though your thumb really didn't move, it looked like it did, and that's parallax. So how does the experiment work? First, we lay out our baseline of rope, 10 meters long. One end is marked A, and the other end is B. Then we place an object not more than 25 meters away from the baseline. I know this is a protractor, but how is it going to help you measure distance?
You stand on the baseline at points A and make sure that the protractor is parallel with the rope.
Why'd you put the pencil on the vertex?
Putting it there helps you line the object up as you look at it. What comes next?
Now move another pencil around the outer edge of the protractor until it lines up with the object.
How do you read the protractor?
Your partner will actually read it for you and record the angle.
Next, we move to the other end and repeat the steps. Notice how the flat pole seems to have changed its position and appears as a different angle.
Now what do you do with your data?
Plot it on graph paper. Draw a 10 centimeter baseline at the bottom of the paper and then draw in our angles.
Do the two lines intersecting mean anything? Yes, it is telling us the distance that the object is from the baseline. How do you determine the distance?
Draw a perpendicular line from the point of intersection to the baseline and then measure it.
What's the scale? We use the scale that means 1 centimeter on the graph paper equals 1 meter outside. I get it. So if the line measures 15 centimeters, the distance from the object is 15 meters. Astronomers are able to see an apparent shift in the nearby stars as the Earth revolves around the sun. That's really interesting.
And thanks to the Society of Women Engineers for providing us with mentors.
Visit the NASA Sci-Fi's website to learn how to get your own classroom mentors. Thanks, Kim and Ida. I've got to go to my next meeting. ¿Qué hora es?
It's 3 p.m.
I'd better run. Adios, amigas. Adios.
With planets and stars so far apart, it sure is good to have a way to measure the distance.
It looks like you're going to have to travel a long ways in space just to get to Mars. We better talk to someone about what it's like to live in space.
Email NASA Johnson Space Center and see if there's any possible way that we can talk to the International Space Station crew.
Yeah, right. Good luck.
You never know. NASA does want to inspire the next generation of young explorers, and we are the Treehouse Detectives.
That's right.
So, what's up? Which destination is ideal for an out-of-this-world vacation? Will distance be a deciding factor? What else should the Treehouse Detectives consider before choosing a destination? this episode of the Galactic Vacation, be prepared to answer these following questions. How does gravity most affect the ISS crew? How are the phases of the moon created? And what causes the seasons on Mars?
Wow, I never thought it really happened. Hope they got my message to get here quickly.
Hi, Jacob.
Hey guys, you will never guess who we are going to talk to today.
Is Bianca calling today?
No, better than that.
Better not let Bianca hear you say that.
I think even she would agree with me.
Okay, so who is it?
The crew on board the International Space Station.
No way!
Yes, I came through again.
He's going to be hard to live with.
The email said we were to dial them up at... We need to call now.
Hi, Treehouse Detectives. Greetings from International Space Station. I'm Ken Bowersox, and on my left is Don Pettit. To my right, Nikolai Budarin.
Hello. Greetings from the treehouse, sir. I mean, sirs. No one's gonna believe we're talking to you. I hope I remember to tape this. Can you tell me how living in space is different from living on Earth?
Living on Space Station, we are weightless. And so all the effects that you see of gravity on Earth, you don't see here on Space Station. So things will float off. You have to keep all your little tiny parts corralled. You set something down on a surface, it'll float away.
Commander, can you tell me if you've been sleeping any differently?
No, not really. Here in orbit, I sleep pretty much the same as I do down on Earth. I dream and I sleep very comfortably and almost the same amount every night.
How do you use the bathroom?
The bathroom here on Space Station is not that much different than what you'd find on the ground, except we use fans and moving air to replace many of the functions that gravity provides.
Thank you very much. That was awesome.
I think we're ready to start planning our trip to the moon. Email the others and let them know that I'm going to talk to Dr. Pryor with NASA Langley Research Center.
Okay. I'll also print off a Get Up and Go sheet from the NASA Sci-Files website for you to take with you.
Would you like to be an astronaut?
Yeah, maybe.
Say, aren't you one of the Treehouse Detectives?
Sure am. And you must be Mr. Pryor from NASA Langley.
Yes, I am. And I understand from your email that you want to know more about the moon.
Yes, I was looking at the moon the other night, and I was wondering why it had different shapes.
The different shapes are called the phases of the moon. Step over here and I'll show you what I mean.
What do you do with the lamp?
The lamp represents the sun. Think of this ball as the moon, and you're the Earth.
Okay.
Now hold the ball in front of you and towards the sun. What do you see there?
The side that I'm looking at is dark.
That's right. That's called the new moon phase. Now turn to the left a quarter turn and keep holding the moon in front of you and tell me what you see.
Now, half the side that I'm facing is lit.
That's called first quarter. Keep going.
Okay, now the whole thing is lit. This must be a full moon.
Keep going.
Now only half is lit, but it's the other side.
Yes, that's called the moon's third quarter phase.
Okay, I get it. So the phases of the moon are created when the moon revolves around the Earth.
Same side of the moon is always facing the Earth, and as it revolves around the Earth, different portions of the surface are illuminated by the sun. Those are the lunar phases.
Why do we only see one side of the moon?
The moon rotates on its axis once every 27.3 days. It turns out it's also 27.3 days that it takes to revolve around the Earth. That's why the same side of the moon is always facing the Earth.
How old is the moon?
The moon is a lot older than you and me. It's about 4.5 billion years. It's roughly the age of the Earth, but that's where the similarities end.
What do you mean?
Well, there's no atmosphere on the moon, and the gravity's much less. It's only about 1/6 the gravity of the Earth at the surface of the moon.
So if I weigh 90 pounds on the Earth, then I would weigh 15 pounds on the moon. Cool.
That's right, and the surface of the moon is very different too.
So what are those big circles that I see when I look at the moon?
Those circles are craters from the meteors and the asteroids that have impacted on the moon over the years. There's no water or weather erosion to help get rid of them, so they're all still there.
So what's the surface like?
The surface is generally gray in color and sandy. It feels very much like this concoction.
It feels like dust.
You're right. There was a real concern early in the moon program that it might be like quicksand and the astronauts could sink in it. But of course that did not happen.
Good thing they didn't. Does the moon affect the Earth at all?
Oh yes, the moon affects the tides. And if we were on the beach... How did that happen? I don't even want to ask. The moon's gravitational pull depends on the distance. It's greater on the oceans closest to the moon than on the center of the Earth. This tends to pull the oceans into a big bulge.
Anything else?
Actually, the moon is increasing the length of our day by 0.0016 seconds every century.
We can measure that? Wow, I'm impressed. How does it lengthen the day?
The Earth's tides act like a brake to gradually reduce the speed of the Earth's rotation.
That's so interesting. Thanks, Mr. Pirate. You've given me a lot of useful information.
Now I wonder how we're going to get back to the museum.
We're learning all about the moon and Mars.
The moon is a really cool place. There's a lot less gravity there.
And that's going to make things so much easier to do.
You think so? You might be surprised how difficult living in an alien environment can be.
How is that?
There are a lot of things you might not think of. Have you ever gone camping in the mountains?
That's an alien environment?
Well, not quite the same thing, but you do have to think a little differently. For example, on a 10,000-foot mountain, the air pressure is low and water boils at 90 degrees Celsius instead of 100 degrees. So food doesn't cook as quickly.
Oh, I get it. So on the moon, where there isn't any atmosphere, the water would boil at an even lower temperature.
Wait a minute. If there isn't any atmosphere, then we would have to bring our own oxygen supply.
Actually, you couldn't just bring an oxygen mask. You would have to have a spacesuit. I have one in my closet.
Why would you need that?
A spacesuit protects you from temperature extremes. On the moon, it's about 130 degrees Celsius in the daytime and minus 170 Celsius at night. More importantly, because there's no air on the moon, your blood would boil without a spacesuit. Oh, I see you found it.
Okay, you sold me on the spacesuit. Is there anything else?
Well, now you'll find that tasks are tougher with the spacesuit. I'll give you a few simple things to do.
Even easy tasks become difficult.
Let's try something else, and suppose you're on a planet where the gravitational force is very strong. For example, if you could stand on Jupiter, you'd weigh 2.5 times your Earth weight. Now, I'll cut you some slack and just make you weigh 1.5 times your normal weight. 30 pounds. And 4 more here. And here.
Thanks a lot. Now it's really hard to move.
Imagine living on a world like the moon where it is dark for 2 weeks at a time and then light for 2 weeks.
It'll be pretty hard getting used to going to sleep when it's light for that long of a time.
That'd be a lot easier to live with than wearing these weights.
So what have you learned about Mars?
Well, I haven't done a lot of research on Mars yet.
Why don't you go see Dr. Bobby Braun with NASA Langley Research Center? He's done a lot of research on Mars.
Thanks, Dr. D. That's where I'm headed next.
See you later, guys.
Oh, hi, Dr. Braun.
Hi, RJ. I hear you want to learn about Mars.
Yes, we're trying to plan the ultimate future travel trip. One of the places that we wanted to stop on our cruise was Mars.
Mars is an excellent choice because of all the planets in the solar system, Mars is the most like the Earth.
How is it like Earth?
Just like Earth, Mars has a solid surface with mountains, valleys, volcanoes, and even craters. Mars even has the largest known volcano and canyon in the solar system.
Wow, those make great tourist attractions for our travelers. Isn't Mars smaller than Earth?
Yes, it's about half the diameter of the Earth, but it has the same land area since Earth is covered largely by oceans.
Is there water on Mars?
There's evidence that a vast amount of liquid water flowed across Mars's surface in the past, but there's no liquid water on the surface today. However, there is frozen water beneath the surface.
Does Mars have seasons just like we do here on Earth?
Yes, just like the Earth, Mars is tilted on its axis. It's this tilt that causes the different seasons. Astronomers have even noticed that the polar ice caps shrink in the Martian summers and get larger during the Martian winters.
What's the atmosphere like on Mars?
Now that's very different from Earth's. Mars' atmosphere is very thin and has only about 1/200th of the amount of gas that we have on the Earth. And it's mostly carbon dioxide.
Yes, and the Earth's atmosphere is 21% oxygen, 78% nitrogen, and 1% trace gases. So I guess we have to bring oxygen for our travelers.
Yes, or you could make oxygen from the water buried beneath the surface of Mars.
That's right. Water is H2O, 2 part hydrogen and 1 part oxygen.
Right. And because Mars is 1.5 times farther from the sun than the Earth, you better make sure that you're outfitted to withstand the cold temperatures.
I'm wondering if that's going to be a problem, because I read that the spacesuits and the backpacks that the Apollo astronauts wore were almost 200 pounds.
Fortunately, the gravity on Mars is less than that of the Earth.
We learned from Mr. Pryor that the moon's gravity is 1/6 than that of the Earth. Is Mars less than that?
No, actually, Mars's gravity is about 1/3 that of the Earth.
To compare unlike denominators, first you have to find a common denominator. For example, with the fractions 1/6 and 1/3, the common denominator is 6. Then you multiply 1/3 by 2/2, which is actually 1. Then you get 2/6. Then it's easy to see that 2/6 is greater than 1/6.
That's right. I have an idea. Let's go see how much you would weigh on Earth and on Mars. It looks like you weigh 100 pounds here on the Earth, and the spacesuit's 200 pounds. So what would that be on Mars?
I know you wouldn't weigh 300 pounds, because then you couldn't walk around.
Well, that's right. It would be 1/3 of 300 pounds.
That's 100 pounds. That's the same as I weigh on Earth. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping that if I weighed less, I could jump higher. Then I'd be a great basketball player.
Right, but if you had an indoor basketball court and didn't need the spacesuit, you'd weigh a lot less.
I can see it now. Basketball camp on Mars. We're guaranteed a slam dunk.
There you are. I've been waiting for you guys to get here.
What's the hurry?
Bianca's ready to give us another video postcard.
Que pasa? In other words, what's up? I'm back again, this time in Loiza, Puerto Rico. And part of the Puerto Rican tradition is the dancing. Take a look. This is Carnival Rumba. Check them out. They're called the Happy Dancers. They told me the reason they're called this is because when you dance, you're happy. Don't you love their colorful costumes? But they weren't the only ones performing tonight. Taino Indians, Africans, and also Spaniards brought their dance to Puerto Rico. Meet my new friends and watch closely as they use their fancy footwork to proudly express their heritage and their history. I guess it's time to bamba.
All right, I'm ready to go. I think we have enough information to plan our out-of-this-world vacation.
I think we need to go to the problem board. What do we know?
We know that living in space is a lot harder than living here on Earth, and that it will definitely change our sleeping and eating habits.
We know that gravity is different on the moon and on Mars.
We've learned how to measure distances in space.
We learned how far away our destinations are.
We need to know more about space travel. How are we going to get there?
Dr. D talked to us about how long it would take to travel to the moon and Mars. Maybe we need to ask more about space travel. Let's call him up.
So, what's up? What are the advantages of going to the moon instead of Mars? Why would Mars make a good choice for a vacation? How will the Treehouse detectives travel to their destination? Are you ready to answer these questions? What is acceleration? Why do you need to exercise in space? What is plasma?
Do you see Dr. D yet?
I wonder why he asked us to meet him here at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg.
Oh, there he is.
Hi, kids. Welcome to your astronaut training program.
Astronaut training? I thought we were here to ride roller coasters.
That's exactly right. I want you to be able to experience the thrill of space travel. And the best way to do it here on Earth is on a roller coaster.
What do roller coasters have to do with space travel?
I know that roller coasters go fast, but not nearly as fast as rocket ships.
That's right. But it turns out the thrill of space travel doesn't come from going at high speeds. It comes from accelerations.
We've learned before that acceleration is a change in speed or direction.
Precisely. The important point is that forces are needed to cause accelerations. Remember the law of inertia?
I remember. It states that objects at rest stay at rest, and objects in motion remain in motion.
Very good. Let's get this bowling ball rolling. What if I hit it from the side?
I would guess that it wouldn't change speed. I'm not sure what it will do.
Let's try it.
It changed direction without changing speed.
The same thing happens to the roller coaster car at the bottom of the hill. It has inertia and wants to maintain its downward motion, but the track pushes the car perpendicular to its motion and sends it uphill.
What does the push of the track do to the passengers?
It makes them feel heavy. The faster the coaster is going or the tighter the turn, the heavier they will feel.
How heavy will you feel on a roller coaster?
Here on the Alpengeist, you feel about 4 times heavier than normal at the bottom of a couple of the hills. It turns out the space shuttle astronauts only feel 3 times heavier than normal when the shuttle is taking off.
So you were right. We are going to be in training to be astronauts.
The difference is, on the Alpengeist, you feel heavy for only a few seconds at a time. But on the space shuttle, you feel heavy for about 8 minutes.
Don't astronauts also feel weightless? Will we be able to experience that on the Alpengeist?
You bet. Once the engines are cut off after about 8 minutes and the shuttle goes into orbit, the astronauts are weightless. Weightlessness is experienced when only gravity acts on an object. It's called free fall. Let me show you. When I jump off this bench, the points of my hat will float as if they're weightless, and this spring hanging from my hand will collapse.
Wow, Dr. D, what you go through to show us how science works.
So where in the coaster ride are we going to be falling?
Free fall is not always down. Remember, it's when only gravity acts. So when I throw this koosh ball, watch which path it follows.
I've seen that before with the vomit comet when we were learning about habitats. I think it's called a parabola.
Very good. The coaster goes over a parabolic hill and twists at the same time. For a few seconds, you're weightless.
This is going to be exciting.
Can we go on the ride now?
One more thing. You can tell how heavy you feel by watching this accelerometer. When you feel 3 times as heavy as normal, this mass will be pulled down to this point right here. Einstein told us that being heavy on a roller coaster and being heavy on a big planet are the same thing.
So I guess we're preparing for both space travel and visiting an alien planet.
Let's go on the ride. I'm ready to be an astronaut.
Okay, it's good to experience the physics and not just talk about it. Don't forget to watch the accelerometer and try to figure out where you are when you feel the heaviest. Come on, let's go. Ready? Let's go. Here we go.
That was so great. I felt heavy at the bottom of the hills. I noticed the accelerometer read more than 3 a number of times, but I lost count.
I noticed I felt weightless a few times.
I had no idea where I was on the ride, but it was exciting.
Thanks, Dr. D. Now we have some practical space travel experience.
You're welcome. You'll be great astronauts. Oh, I've got to run. See you later.
Bye, Dr. D.
Bye.
Thanks. That was so much fun. Wish it was that easy to go into space.
Okay, let's organize what we've learned.
Let me get the laptop, and then we can fill out the problem board. Go to the NASA Sci-Files website where you'll find lots of tools to help you in your own investigation.
We learned that acceleration occurs when you change speed or direction.
We also learned that sometimes you feel lighter or heavier on a roller coaster, depending on the situation.
So where do we go next?
We just learned that it's not as easy as we thought to go into space. Why don't we learn more about space travel?
I think we should learn more about future space travel.
Why don't you do a search?
I'll go to the NASA homepage, www.nasa.gov. I'll put in future space travel.
Wow, NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center has an exhibit called Starship 2040.
Here's a list of where they'll be exhibiting.
Look, there's an exhibit in New York next weekend. My mom and I are going up. Maybe we can go and talk to them. Hello, Mr. Wang? Hi, I'm Catherine. My friends and I are designing a travel brochure for a trip into space. But we need to learn more about future space travel.
Well, Catherine, you've come to the right place. Welcome to Starship 2040.
Thanks. Do you really think there will be tourists in space?
Yes, and probably in your lifetime. Every day, scientists, engineers, and highly trained people are working to make space travel a reality. In the next 40 years, we're looking at vacationing, working, and even living in space.
Wow, that would be awesome. So how do you travel in space?
With systems like this. This is a navigation and vehicle health monitoring system. Crew will need to access information like this throughout the ship.
That makes sense. This isn't what I think it is it?
Yes, it is, but it is modified. It's more than likely that your ship won't have any gravity. So therefore, the bathrooms will have to be changed so you can wash your hands, brush your teeth, or even take a shower.
Is this the toilet?
Yes, and you must remember the phrase, always buckle up. This is really important in using the bathroom in space, because if you don't, a really big mess can happen.
We don't want that. Using the bathroom will be kind of weird.
Yes, and of course, after you finish using the restroom, you need to wash your hands, so you can use this washing facility.
Why are there chairs on the ceiling?
That's simple. When traveling in low gravity, every floor can be a ceiling and every wall can be a floor. You float from deck to deck.
I would have a great time floating around, but what else can you do for fun?
Well, you have your own personal entertainment center. You can watch movies, play games, or even surf the space net. Or one day you can even talk to your friends face to face.
That sounds like my kind of travel. We learned in the case of the biological biosphere how important it is to exercise. Do you have any exercise equipment for space travel?
We sure do. Without gravity, the human body gets lazy. Today's fittest astronauts even have to exercise at least 2 hours to stay in shape. We have a stair stepper, a climbing wall, and a treadmill that you can stay in shape with while you're in space.
How do you eat while traveling in space?
Well, the Starship has a self-serving kitchen. You pre-select your meals before you go on your trip, and once you're hungry, you dial them up, and they're prepared just the way you like them.
Wow, this trip will be so cool. I can't wait to the year 2040. Thanks, Mr. Wang, for all your help.
You're welcome. Send me a copy of your travel brochure when you're done. We might just want to use it one day.
What are you doing, Jacob?
I was just investigating a propulsion system for our space travel out of the galaxy.
With the balloon and a string?
I was just starting with the basics, investigating the problem.
I just got an email from Catherine in New York. She says we should talk to Dr. Franklin Chan Diaz. He's an astronaut.
I Am Listening is on her space cruise and files this live report from space. I Am?
Ted, we've begun our 3-hour tour to Neptune. Soon we'll be swimming and windsurfing on a whole new planet.
I Am? The surface of Neptune is about minus 200 degrees Celsius and is made of frozen methane and ammonia. If you go swimming, you won't be going very fast. But if you go windsurfing, you'll be going very fast. Winds on Neptune have been clocked at 2,000 miles per hour.
What? That's not what the brochure says.
And unless you have a plasma drive, it takes about 15 years to get there.
15 years? Well, it's a good thing they have an all-you-can-eat buffet. I'm headed for lunch, Ted.
Speaking of plasma drives, NASA astronaut Franklin Chang Diaz is working on just such a propulsion system. Plasma drives will replace today's chemical fuel rockets and make space travel faster than ever.
He sounds like a man we need to talk to. Surely he can help me out with my test propulsion system.
Let's try and dial him up.
Hi, I understand you'd like to know more about propulsion systems.
Yes, we're trying to design an out-of-this-world vacation and realize because of the great distances in space, we might need to get there a different way.
How do we currently travel to space?
We use chemical rockets that produce a jet of exhaust gases, and these gases propel the ship forward.
How long would it take a spaceship to reach Mars?
About 10 months.
10 months is not that long. Why aren't chemical rockets good enough?
To an astronaut, 10 months in space is a long time. Persistent radiation of space will weaken your immune system and also damage your bones. So you would like to go there as fast as you can.
Yes, we learned a little about physiological losses from Beth Shepard in our last case.
What will the propulsion systems in the future be like?
Instead of using the heat from a chemical reaction, the future rockets will use something called a plasma.
What's plasma?
Plasma is a gas which has been superheated to millions of degrees. It is even hotter than the interior of our sun.
That's hot. How will the rocket not burn up with such a high temperature?
Since there is no known material that can take those temperatures, we will not use materials. We are going to use an invisible force field that will hold this plasma and prevent it from touching any surrounding material.
How will it work?
The magnetic field is like an invisible tube that will contain and guide the plasma to provide a much hotter exhaust.
Where will you get the energy to heat the plasma?
We will get the energy from electricity generated by an onboard nuclear power plant.
Will plasma rockets be used to travel outside of our solar system?
Eventually, plasma rockets will become even more powerful, where the energy of the plasma will be generated by an internal source, a thermonuclear reaction called fusion.
I've heard of fusion. It sounds fast.
Fusion rockets will be so fast that it will be possible for people to travel to the farthest reaches of the solar system and be able to return to their families within a couple of years.
How long before we have this type of space travel?
It is hard to tell. One never knows about progress. It could be as long as 50 years, but then again, it could be less.
Why so long?
Developing new technology takes time, and we do want to make sure it's safe.
I know NASA is very cautious and always puts safety first. Thanks, Dr. Chang Diaz, for giving us a lot to look forward to in the future.
You're welcome. And don't forget to have fun designing your vacation. And be sure to call if you need anything else.
Wow, that was cool.
I think we need to go to the problem board and organize our information.
What do we know?
From Catherine's notes, we've learned that space travel will be a lot different from today's travel.
And we know from Dr. Chang Diaz that it's going to take a propulsion system unlike any we currently have to go beyond our galaxy.
I think we need to know more about our galaxy. Wait, guys, here's Bianca from Puerto Rico.
Hi, guys. I'm up here, on top of the Yokohu Tower, 1,575 feet in the air, overlooking the National Caribbean Rainforest, or El Yunque. This is the only rainforest in the U.S. National Forest System. According to the ancient Taino Indian legend, the good spirit Yukiyu protects Puerto Rico and its people from his mighty mountaintop throne. Can you believe that more than 100 billion gallons of rain falls here every year? That's why there are so many rushing streams, rivers, and there's even waterfalls like this one. There are these beautiful and patient flowers and all of these vines everywhere, and they even have over 240 different species of trees. I finally made it to the Diego waterfall. Isn't it great? But I think it's time for me to take a swim. By the way, my next stop is my Arecibo internship.
Bianca is so lucky. She's actually visiting the largest radio telescope in the world. Maybe she can do some research for us.
I've heard that Arecibo looks for extraterrestrial life.
Do you mean aliens?
I've heard that they use radio telescopes to listen for them.
I think we should ask Bianca to research the out-of-the-galaxy stop on space travel.
Great. Email her and let her know. What's up? Will space travel become common in your lifetime? Are plasma rockets the answer to future space travel? Which destination will the Treehouse detectives choose? In the last episode of Galactic Vacation, try to answer the following questions. What is a radio telescope? How do we look for life in the universe?
Hi, Bianca.
Hi, Dr. D. Welcome to Puerto Rico. Thanks for inviting me to come look through your telescope.
Glad to have you.
How does it work?
This is the reflecting telescope. It has an 8-inch mirror that gathers a lot of light and makes dim objects visible.
That's cool. So we can see the planets and stars.
Yes. Did you know that at the Arecibo Radio Telescope in 1992, the very first planets outside of our own solar system were discovered? Since then, we've discovered over 100 of what we call extrasolar planets.
You mean there are other planets not in our solar system? Why didn't we find them sooner?
Planets are much smaller than stars, and because they don't produce their own light, and they're light years away, they're very dim and difficult to detect.
Do you think any of the planets have life?
We don't know yet, but a lot depends on what kind of star they orbit.
Stars all look the same to me, except some are brighter than others.
Take a look. I've got the star Betelgeuse in the telescope.
Betelgeuse. Isn't that a movie?
Betelgeuse is a giant star. It's dying, and in its old age, it expanded to more than 500 times the size of the Sun, which is larger than the orbit of Mars.
I guess that if there were life on any planets around Betelgeuse, it wouldn't have survived.
That's right. We don't expect to find life around giant stars. Do you know that stars come in different colors?
Stars have colors? I guess Betelgeuse did look a little red.
Here, check out this star called Rigel.
It looks blue. Does the color mean anything?
Yes, the color indicates temperature. Blue stars are hot and red stars are cooler.
That's different. Usually blue is cold and red is hot. Isn't our sun yellow?
Yes. Our sun, a dwarf star, is not too hot, it's not too cold, it's just right.
Very funny, Dr. D.
In order to have life as we know it, a planet must be just the right distance from a star so liquid water can exist. It's called the habitable zone. If the star is too hot, there'll be too much ultraviolet radiation.
I know about that. It's what causes you to get sunburn. Luckily, I know about UV rays, and I'm wearing lots of sunscreen out here in Puerto Rico.
Yes, and hotter stars don't live very long, so there might not be time enough for conditions necessary for life to develop.
So does that mean there will only be life on planets that have stars exactly like ours?
They don't have to be exactly the same as ours, just similar. They can be a little hotter or a little colder. Here, take a look at this.
It looks like a blue cloud.
It's called the Orion Nebula. It's a glowing cloud of hydrogen gas 1,500 light years from Earth. Right now, stars are forming just behind this glowing cloud.
If a star were born right now, we wouldn't know about it for 1,500 years.
You've been paying attention. Let me show you something really spectacular.
It just looks like a fuzzy patch of light.
It's called the Whirlpool Galaxy. It doesn't look very bright because it is so far away.
How far away is it?
We don't have an exact distance, but we estimate it to be between 15 and 37 million light years. It has about 100 billion stars in it.
That's amazing. With 100 billion stars, there's got to be a lot of just right stars, and at least one must have a planet with life on it.
Well, if there isn't, there are hundreds of billions of other galaxies that might have life.
Wow, trillions of galaxies with billions of stars. My mind hurts. Thanks, Dr. D.
Anytime.
See you later.
Bye.
Mi nombre es Bianca Baker, reporting here for my internship.
You can proceed.
I'm at the Arecibo Observatory. Let me tell you a little bit about its history. The observatory began operating in 1963. It has a 20-acre radar dish and a 1,000-ton platform suspended above it. I'm going on a tour later. Do you want to come along?
Hi, Bianca. Welcome to Arecibo. I'm Dr. Jose Alonso.
Nice to meet you. This place is so huge. I can't wait to see everything. Where do we start?
I have a perfect spot where you can have a great look at the telescope.
Wow, this is amazing. I can't believe I'm 550 feet above the dish. But I have a question. Is a regular telescope like a radio telescope?
The difference is that regular telescope gather light and radio telescope gather radio waves.
Where do the signals come from?
Most objects in the universe, like galaxies, pulsars, quasars, they emit radio waves.
How does the radio telescope work?
Radio signals, which are coming from the sky, they will be reflected from the very large reflector underneath. Then they will come up and be gathered into special receivers that will transform them into an electrical signal. That signal will then be sent to the control room where scientists will be able to see them.
Why electrical signals?
So that the signals can be monitored by these special computers. Here's an example on how the signal might be displayed.
It looks like a graph.
Bianca, I want you to meet Tapasi Ghosh. She's one of our astronomers.
Hi, Bianca. Hello. Puerto Rico is an island in the Caribbean, so why would they choose to build a large telescope here?
I have some work to do. I see you later, Bianca.
Bye.
Do you know we can fit 16 football fields in this area?
16 football fields?
They had to find a huge sinkhole to put it in. Also, do you think you can move a 1,000-foot telescope around?
I wouldn't even want to try.
We knew we couldn't move such a large telescope, so it had to be put in a place where it points in the right direction.
Where does it need to point?
It points upwards, but one of the main purposes of this telescope is to observe planets, and from near the equator, you can observe them across the sky for a long time.
I understand now, but where are we going next?
I'm going to take you under the dish, and then we come back to the control room.
I can't believe they were underneath the telescope, but I can see the sky through it. Why are there holes in the dish? Don't the holes let the radio waves leak through?
No, it's like bouncing a ball off a tennis racket. If the ball were smaller, then it will go through the hole. Likewise, radio signal, being of longer wavelength, bounces off the dish, but optical signal won't.
That's right. We learned about the wavelength of light in the case of the mysterious red light.
Bianca, let me take you to the control room now. You'll meet our director, and he's going to tell you about alien research.
Hi, Bianca.
I'm Dr. Altschuler. I'm the director of the Arecibo Observatory. Are you enjoying your tour?
Yes, this place is awesome.
Yes, it's an exciting place to work. We study things very near, like our atmosphere. We study things in the solar system, like the moons of Jupiter or asteroids. And we even search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
Have you found any yet?
No, not yet, but we're not discouraged. It's a very big place to look for something like this, and we have to keep on searching.
Why do you look for life in the universe?
Ever since the beginning of mankind, we've always wondered, by looking at the stars at night, if we're really alone. And we would like to really know. This would be the greatest discovery ever.
How do you look for life?
Well, one way is to search for artificial signals.
What's that?
A signal that is not produced by nature. So if we detect a signal like that coming from somewhere else, we will probably conclude that there's somebody who made that signal.
How do you locate these signals?
Well, researchers bring special equipment to connect to our huge telescope, and then we point the telescope to thousands of stars that look like and are like the sun.
Dr. D told us that sun-like stars are the most likely to have planets with life.
He's right. And the ones we know have planets will be looked at very carefully.
Have you ever tried to send an alien a signal?
We did that once in 1974. We sent a signal that had something to say about who we are and how we are and where we are. But usually we listen.
Do you really believe there's life out there?
It's such a large universe, so many stars, many with planets. It would be difficult to think that we're just all alone in this big place.
What would you do if you were contacted by other intelligent life?
It would be the greatest discovery ever. But before we go out and announce it to the world, we would have to confirm and make sure that it is real, that we didn't make a mistake, and probably ask other observatories to look also and see that it is true.
I'm not sure I would even know what to say if I made contact with an extraterrestrial being. Would you?
If we ever make contact here with an extraterrestrial intelligence, Bianca, we'll call you.
Thank you. Hi, guys. I'm back.
Well, hi, Bianca. Great, now that you're back from your out-of-this-world internship, we can get to work on the travel brochure.
What did we decide to do? For some great ideas on how to present the final report on your investigations, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
I think we should create a space cruise line.
That's a great idea. The moon could be our first dock of call, Mars our second, and somewhere in the galaxy our third. I had the cruise ship.
Our brochure can read something like this. You can begin your out-of-this-world vacation with a 3-day trip to the moon.
Unfortunately, the accommodations in food aren't exactly 5-star.
Yes, as we learned from the ISS crew, eating and sleeping are much different from on Earth. But Starship 2040 says things will be much better in the future.
At least we can advertise, truthfully, that on this cruise, you'll be at your thinnest.
Huh? Remember, because of less gravity on the moon, one will weigh 15 pounds instead of 90.
And our travelers won't need to worry about buying expensive cruise clothing.
Because of extreme temperatures and lack of air, spacesuits are required.
From the moon, we could head to Mars.
Remember, Mars is 1.5 times farther from the sun than the Earth, so it's a lot colder.
It also has some great tourist attractions, such as the largest volcano and mountain in the solar system. Make sure you sign up for that tour, Jacob.
Yeah, right. Finally, our last stop will be the next nearest star in our Milky Way galaxy, Proxima Centauri.
I hope our group has a lot of time, because even in our fastest space probe, it could take 60,000 years to get there.
Unless we get a new propulsion system, I don't think we'll be making our last stop.
If we do, then who knows? The researchers from Arecibo might pick us up on their radio telescope.
We might even run into extraterrestrial life.
This is going to be a great brochure.
We should also take some video so we can make a commercial too.
Great idea. Come with me. So what do you think, Tony?
Jacob, I think you're gearing up for the wrong kind of cruise.
No, just getting in the mood for our out-of-this-world vacation.
I'm glad to give you this key and the logo of Loíza as present in the name of Loíza Municipality.
Muchas gracias.
De nada.
The difference is, on the Alpengeist, you have like you. see the millions of stars all in this universe of ours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, August the 29th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum, which is good. If you could review the minutes from June 27th, 2023 regular meeting and make any changes you may wish or make a recommendation.
I'll make our recommendations to approve the minutes as submitted.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Minutes approved. New business, a request for special exception to allow a daycare centre property located at 200 Kirkside Drive, tax map 14G, parcel 18, R3 high density residential zone district, property owned by Dionia Fairbanks Duskin. Mr. Logan, give me a report, please.
Thank you. This applicant is proposing to operate an in-home daycare at 200 Kirkside Drive. And this is a corner lot at Nixon and Kirkside Drives. The subject property is zoned R3. And per Article 2, definitions in the city zoning ordinance, home daycare is defined as any place, home, or institution that receives between 5 and 12 young children for less than 24 hours a day, conducted for cultivating the normal aptitude for exercise, play, observation, initiation, and construction. Homes having fewer than 5 children shall be considered an accessory use. So also according to the zoning ordinance, this request is considered a special exception and it's allowed in the R1, R2, and R3 districts. Thus, the applicant's asking the Board of Zoning Appeals for approval to operate this home daycare at 200 Kirkside Drive. The size of this lot is 0.18 acres. There is a section of the zoning ordinance that talks about 0.50 acres. So that's one thing that I advised the chairman on tonight that they may or may not want to discuss, but it doesn't necessarily apply to residential lots, but it would definitely apply to commercial zoned lots. So the BOZA just needs to decide about that half-acre regulation in the zoning ordinance. There has been a sign posted for nearly 4 weeks at this time, and staff has not received any phone calls about the request. And on the screen, you can see the home. So again, this is at the corner of Nixon Way and Kirkside Drive. And first thing you probably noticed is this home is much larger than the surrounding homes. And it is a corner lot as well, so sometimes the corner lots end up being larger than some of the other lots as well. So, and then zooming out, you can see right in the middle, near the middle of the image is where this home is located. So Nixon Way runs east and west across the screen. And then Holland Ridge Road is over here to the left. Zoning map, this dark color, dark green, is for R3 zoning. And of course, that's high density. And R3 in LaVergne currently allows single family dwellings. So this is a single family dwelling, as are the neighboring properties. I want to point that out because there are a lot of attached and multifamily dwellings. When you think of R3, you might not think immediately of single family, but this is a single family house. And this is the plot plan that shows the layout of the yard and the surrounding streets and the footprint of the house. That was this was provided in the packet, of course. And the applicant also provided a floor plan of the home, which you can see on the screen here. And is a 3-bedroom house, of course, a front-loaded garage, and then the driveway that leads back to Kirkside. And then, of course, the application is also in the packet. And I believe that covers everything for now. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Do we have an applicant here this evening? If you would please stand up and step to the podium, please, and raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Deanna Elise Fairbanks Duskin. My address is 200 Kirkside Drive, and that's LaVergne, Tennessee, 37086.
Thank you. Any questions from the board members regarding this application? So I'll have a couple of questions. So obviously our regulations require that all state of Tennessee regulations are met. Have you got those together with the state of Tennessee, or how is that coming along?
So that's the process that I had been working through when I made my way to the codes office and to obtain the use and occupancy permit. So right now that's kind of where I've been frozen, and after that I have a couple of inspections that would need to be done to complete the process, but all of the preliminary steps and required trainings and orientations with the Department of Human Services has been completed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the board members?
I forgot to mention something in the report. I know when we met a few weeks back and the state had already been in, done their inspection, how many, just talk a little bit about like how many children they approved the structure for, that kind of thing.
Yes, sir. So they have a formula that they go by based on the square footage of your home, and of course there's a cap for residential homes, period, with how many children you can keep. But within those specifications, the DHS worker who was my assigned program evaluator came out and measured the rooms that I planned on using for child care, and they approved me to have a maximum of 12 children during the daytime hours, plus an additional 3 school agers for, if I wanted to do an after-school care type of program in addition. So a total of 15, but actually 12 during the bulk of the day, and then an additional 3 school agers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for doing that. I thought that might work.
Good
Thank
point.
you.
Any other questions, gentlemen? With that, I'll take a recommendation for the application.
Take a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that,
Thank
no
you,
other business. We'll call the meeting adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen.
Let me go get my chair, Mike.
Good evening and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is August 21st, 2023, and we do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first order of business is I need a motion to approve and a second for the minutes from the last, I can't even talk, from the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll make
Motion to accept.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Commissioner Davidson and a second from Chuck. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? I forgot your name, Chuck.
It's all right.
It's going to
If
be
it wasn't on my shirt, I'd forget it.
it's going to be a long meeting. I have other things on my mind, trust me. So we're going to reverse the agenda a little bit. We're going to start out with something that's been on the minds of LaVergnians like myself for 30 years. And we've been wanting to get a soccer league for the children in this city. We've just never had anybody to step up and take responsibility. And we have a gentleman here now, and he's going to come up to the podium. Now, myself, Andrew, Kathy, Laura a little bit has had meetings with the gentleman. I think you're going to find him extremely knowledgeable of this game. And we need everyone to ask lots of questions. We need to ask Andrew lots of questions about the city portion of it. And I'm sure Andrew will probably even have questions for him. Is there anything else I need to add to that, Andrew?
That's a pretty good overview to start out. But yeah, as far as soccer is definitely something we need in our community. I mean, we have a very diverse population, and soccer is a very international sport. So I think it'd be a great asset to our community and our city here.
So, sir, if you will come up to the podium, please tell us your name and your address. And I guess you can start out with telling us a little bit about yourself first, and then what your expectations are from the city and from what you are going to offer to the city.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me here tonight. To spend a few minutes with each and every one of you. My goal is to be brief, to allow for time for questions, because I'd love to answer any and all questions that each of you might or will have. For those of you that have not had the chance to meet with yet, my name is Gift Ndam, just like it sounds, G-I-F-T, N-D-A-M, that's the last name. The N in that name is silent, Ndam. Not to go too far back, but I grew up here in LaVergne. What seems like just yesterday, I was commuting from mom's house where my mom and grandma still live on 1301 Tyan Drive down to Trevecca, where I went and completed my undergrad and played soccer there. Also met my wife 11 years in November. We've got 2 boys, Sam that's 4 last week, and Josh will be 3 in January. I'll give you a little bit of a background as to why soccer for me, and the importance of sports in young people's life. You don't have to play soccer. I happen to play soccer, which is where I come from, and then share a little bit about the vision, as Vice Mayor mentioned. And again, I'll leave time for any specific questions and anything about my background or education or playing, any of that stuff that I don't bring up. It's my nature. I'm not really good about bragging about any of my accolades or any of that stuff, so you may have to pry out of me. But for the most part, I played at Trevecca. I played after Trevecca. I met my wife there. She played at Trevecca as well. Soccer is a game that God used to change my life, and I don't mean that like playfully. from back home where I came from in Nigeria to spending time in refugee camp to coming here as 22, 23 years ago with little to no English. Soccer is what paid for my education, undergrad, my first master's, and that paved the way for me to do seminary and to do some other postgraduate studies. So without soccer, I wouldn't be in front of you today having a conversation to partner with the city of LaVergne to bring a similar atmosphere for each of our kids. I've coached sports now for close to 16, 17 years. I started out doing the YMCA stuff, volunteering, learning, then spent some time at Brentwood Soccer Club, spent some time at Tennessee Soccer Club, TSC, and spent some time at NUSA. We've parted ways from NUSA and created something different. We have an organization now that's called Tennessee Temple FC. Our goal is to service anyone from any walks of life, regardless of your socioeconomical upbringing. And you say, how do you do that? The sport's too expensive. We've had like-minded businesses and folks that have allowed us to be able to offer scholarship and different funding to allow us to be able to offer soccer in a way where most clubs are not able to do. Why LaVergne? I grew up here. I commuted because I didn't have the means to pay for housing and whatnot. I commuted from LaVergne to college while I played in college. LaVergne is a little different now than when I went to college and commuted from LaVergne, but it's still a beautiful place to grow up. We have kids that are coming from LaVergne and commuting 30, 45 minutes to us now in Murfreesboro, where our club, our 501c3, resides at Richard Seagrove Soccer Complex. In talking to the board of the 501c3, my ask to the board was, why can't we offer this to LaVergne? Because we triple in size, and part of that triple or percentage growth is most of those kids are coming from here in LaVergne. Why can't we do something in LaVergne so these single moms or single families or low-income families or different socioeconomic background don't have to commute 30, 45 minutes down to Murfreesboro to play the same game that we're trying to bring to kids from different walks of life. So I feel like I've just been running at you with a bunch of different things. I'm going to pause there, and any specific questions. A couple of little things, sorry, Mayor. The goal would be for this spring, if the city allows it and parks are okay with it, for us to start a rec program this spring. As to what that looks like, I'll partner with the parks and the city to make sure that it fits in the calendar wherever it works best. We like to start with the rec program first because for me, that's where I started. Rec is really where any and all persons that loves the game wants to start. You don't need a lot of stuff to start it. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need a lot of anything. You just need someone that loves you and wants to pour into you, that wants to nurture and challenge you, to come out and work with you. That's really all you need, right? So that's where we'll start with the rec in the spring. My ask would then be going into fall 2024 to not only do rec, but also have an avenue for those kids that are able to play in the tribal environment, to be able to have the opportunity for them as well. There will be an additional cost for that, as tribal ball does cost. But again, our goal would be to provide opportunities for the folks that needs it through the process we have in place. We have a financial aid committee. You fill out the form, and based on that, we're able to provide the needs that you need. So I'll pause there and then answer any questions that we may have.
I'll jump right in.
Yes, sir.
It may be a little bit premature to ask this question, but
yes, sir.
Looking down the road, do you have a plan of what age groups you might be wanting to start out with to get the league going? Are we talking, 7-year-olds, 10-year-olds, or how does that work?
So the way I'm wired more as a collaborator. So it's not that I don't want to answer that question. I'm just telling you just how I make decisions. The goal would be to open it up for anyone that's interested, and based on who's interested, we'll then decide, okay, do we have enough to make this team, and then we'll go from there.
And that was why I said it may be a little bit premature to even ask that question, but I was curious about your thoughts on that.
Right. Yeah, I think with the mindset that I have and the folks that we have with the organization, the mindset is more of a collaborator, meet the city where the city is, meet the families where they are, and bring them to where they need to be. If that's your goal and that's your vision, you can't really set an age because then you've eliminated the people before you started. So the goal would be to allow for as many families that want to participate. And then from there, we'll decide, okay, are we combining two age groups? Do we have enough to make one team? Where do we need to gather our efforts from there? Yes, sir. Good question. I just don't have I need more data to make.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear was
Yes,
your
sir.
thoughts on it.
Yes, sir.
I got a question, but it's more for Steve and Andrew, I guess. Are we going to have to get another team like we did the baseball and vote on that, or?
It'll have to be an RFP.
The city would have to put out an RFP.
Okay.
And Gift and his organization would have to fill out the proper paperwork and go through the same process.
Okay.
So it'd still be open to any individual essentially and be under review, but yes, it would have to go out for request for proposal.
Okay. I just want to make sure. What did you go to Tribeca for?
I went for my undergrad was in IT, information technology, and then my first master's was a master of religion, and then my second one was an MBA.
I used to live in front of Tribeca.
Sorry?
I used to live in front of Tribeca, so I know it very well. It's the part of the football field now where we used to live.
Yeah. Spent a lot of days there.
With this league, I know you say you don't have an age group or to begin with, but would this be co-ed that you're looking for? And then also, if you do have ages, would it be like broken into divisions? I know, I'm sorry.
Rick.
No, Rick. I got Steve disease today. Like Rick was saying, was it?
No, you don't. Trust me.
So I know you can't answer about the division because you don't know about the age groups. But if
Yes,
you
sir.
just hypothetically, you got 100 kids and you have 5 to 15, would they be broken down to age groups and then co-ed as well, or it just be I want one team and we're gonna go that way?
That's a good question, and my thought on it right now would be you're going to have kids that fall in different brackets or groups. Boy or girl, if they want to play, they want to learn, and they want to be nurtured and challenged, we're gonna be there for them. We're opening a can here. In talking to my wife about this, we've got 2 boys, and I do have a day job.
Right.
So what if 200 kids come up? What are you gonna do? So the beauty of this, which is something I've not brought up yet, I also own a minor league team, 2 of them.
Minor league soccer?
Yes, sir. So those 2 teams players on those 2 teams are the coaches right now in our academy. So those kids and families are coming to watch their coaches play on the weekends, especially when the games are local.
Right.
So what ultimately will end up happening is the reason why I'm so relaxed on it, the number doesn't quite concern me, is because we have a lot of young people, mostly males, where the 2 teams are guys' teams, they go year round, that would step in and be coaches if we didn't have parent volunteers and whatever the case might be. So no restriction on guy or girl, no restriction on team. We're going to try to do the best we can to service our community. You asked a very good question, similar to your question earlier, and my thought on that is still the same. It would be once we have more information to make the best possible decision, then we'll do so. Part of the reason why I'm not too concerned about that is because when kids come out of the woodwork, if they are good enough and they don't need to be part of the rec program, we have a travel ball team right now that we could take those that are already good enough to just join those teams, and that will create rooms for the other folks, other families and kids that are not quite there yet. And our job then will be to meet those where they are and get them to where they like to be. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Does travel ball operate like AAU?
Very similar, yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Would you have a cutoff of age?
When I say I'm open to everything, I really am. I also have a plan in place, right? So X number of kids register in this age group, this is what that looks like. You hit 20 kids, this is what I've got that plan already as we speak. But I'm not going into, I'm a planner, I'm an organizer by nature. I have a plan of what I'd like to see happen, depending on what number of kids show up, right? But that plan is secondary to whatever happens. You can have plan, but life happens a
Right.
little different.
Life
but
happens.
Yes, so we still have a plan in place. The goal would be to start at 5 or 6 year old, preferably go up to 17 if there are interest, but if there's no interest, then we'll just scale down to whatever the numbers in front of us. We'll take those set numbers and we'll plug it into the system we already have in place, which is X number of kids per team, different age group, and so forth.
Does the Tennessee Temple Soccer Club have like a league that they play in now, or is this going to be the LaVergne chapter going to be the beginning of a league, like a Rutherford County league? Or
The travel ball, so there are two things here in LaVergne. The first one, which is dear to my heart, would be the rec ball, right? And then the second piece, the rec ball is in the spring. There's no travel soccer in the spring. We couldn't start in the spring. It's just not possible. Well, it is possible, but it would make more sense for it to be tailored for a different time period.
I got you.
But the rec ball comes in the spring. The goal would be we excel at that, and we do it again in the fall. Then there's tryouts for the travel ball, AAU, and so forth for soccer in the summer for the fall season. And we then come back in the fall for a second season of the rec and the first season of the travel.
Gotcha.
The travel, or AAU in basketball, already exists. We started last year with 3 teams. We just started our second year this August, and we've tripled in size.
Nice.
And most of those kids are coming from our community.
Right.
Yeah. So
Right. Good stuff.
that's the goal. We have something that works already, and we want to use that to replicate that. We don't want to go too fast or too slow, but as we use what we've done before that worked, our goal is to apply it, but then also step back and say, is this really going to work? If not, what do we need to change? What adjustment needs to happen? Do we need more coaches? Do we need more volunteers? Do we need more space? I don't know. But once we have more data, we'll put our heads together and figure out the best way forward.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
What days are you planning on playing?
That's going to determine by
Depend
what.
on-
Yes, depend on what what we're able to work out with parks and recs. And again, I'm built more as a collaborator than a collaborator that has a plan in place, but also flexible if the need be.
So some of the things that I wanted to bring you guys on this board up to speed, some of the things that myself, Gift, Andrew, Kathy, we talked about, just to give you an idea of some of the things that we talked about. And if I speak out of turn, Andrew, please stop me. What my goal was, or suggestion, well, let me back up. We had some people in our meeting that knows a whole lot more about soccer than I do, for sure. But they seem to think that if we can get this to happen, and there's a lot of stuff that goes along with it, and we'll talk about that in a minute, that the response for this area will be overwhelming. Now, that's kind of the words they used, that it would be overwhelming. Not only for the diversity that Andrew spoke of, but for Antioch, Smyrna, things like that. Of course, we're going to make sure that the LaVergne children are taken care of first. But those people that we had in those meetings seem to think that there may be a chance that we would have to turn some kids away, because obviously we can't just take as many as we possibly can. And to piggyback off what you were talking about in soccer, as I've learned, it's not called AAU, it's called elite, which I did not know until this meeting. And also my goal was I would like to see this happen for 2 years, spring, fall. And then maybe even talk about, if it goes as what we would like it to do, is to take our existing football field and make it turf, so that he can bring his semi-pro team here and play. Because obviously they can't play on that field with the way it is. But those are some of the things that we talked about. I guess I'll turn to Andrew and ask you a couple of things about, have you and David or whoever, have you all had the opportunity to look at green space? Because here was my ideology. Kids just want to play. You stick a couple of goals out in somebody's front yard, give them a ball and an official. The parents will bring lawn chairs, and they just want to play. But with that being said, there are things that we have to think about the city as far as green space.
So we have, Dave, myself, and Gift have went around the city. We've looked at the different green space options. We've talked about the green space there at Veterans Park that football uses for practice now. So, and football has also been in on meetings with us, so they are willing to coexist in that nature. We've also looked at some of this green space, the old ball fields behind City Hall here. So that is supposed to be demoed and basically just be a big field. So that is some spaces, and also there's talks of using the Heritage Valley Park there on Fergus Road for soccer games also. And of course, they still would use the football field there at Veterans. It just wouldn't be every day. And the reason, piggyback what Steve said about turf, is if you have soccer in the spring, heavy foot traffic on turf kills the grass, and then we don't want to leave football in a big muddy mess in the fall. So that's why our vision of turf in the future, as far as maintenance and being responsible to both organizations, whoever, soccer and football, that operate on that field, it's just being more responsible to them. But yeah, as far as spaces, we do have the space. I mean, depends on how many kids come out, but as Giff said, we'll make work what we have to do, I guess.
I have personally spoken to some people that I know and for a fact do soccer, and just, went through the what ifs, and their response was overwhelming also, that once soccer, because I like Rick, Carol, we've been around here since '94, and we've always wanted soccer. We've just never had anybody, and I use this term with Gift, and I'll use it tonight, we've just never had anybody to take the bull by the horn and run with it. And I think if we can work this out, get the RFPs in, get the green space. I know Laura is on the board of the HOA over there at that field next to on Fergus. That there's a chance that maybe if we can work it out with the city and her HOA, that we can go there, because the one word that keeps popping in my mind that I heard at that meeting was the word overwhelming. And from everything that I'm hearing, if that, and the people that were there, they know they know the area. If soccer is overwhelming here, I don't think it'll be a problem. As far as the 501, you guys do a thorough investigation with that, I'm sure. Make sure all of that is legit, because we do not want to get into that deal that we got into years ago with baseball. So we definitely want to keep that. But I would love to hear more questions from you guys if you have them.
I will say that, unfortunately, my daughter did play for a few years at Heritage Valley Park when YMCA had it, but they dropped it. So then there wasn't soccer anymore, or you go to Smyrna. And we had at least 4 teams playing on those just at Heritage Valley. There was at least 4 games going at a time on those fields.
I remember that very well.
And my daughter, running up and down, she hit some in the wrong goal, but she learned.
If you were to drive by Veterans Park tonight, there might be 40 or 50 kids out in those front fields playing soccer right now, just kicking between a trash can.
Every single day.
Every single night.
I think it's I think it's wonderful that you and your people now. So let's take it a step forward, and it's a lot of unknowns, and I know that, just like the age groups and the people, and there's a lot of unknowns. When it comes to money, I'm assuming you all have paperwork for donations, for signs, for names on jerseys, of course, as far as I'm concerned, like I said before, kids just want to play. Give them a T-shirt and let them go. That's all they care about. I know from experience. Now, down the road, you get a little snazzy with the shorts and the shirts and all that stuff. But, you know, all this sounds great, but it takes dollars. That's a given. So
it does take dollars, but there are ways to do it, and especially when you start out and it doesn't become cumbersome, right? So we've done this before, and it worked. To just give an example, most folks should be able to find black socks and black shorts, and then what we'll have for them is a top. They don't need a name on the back of it. The 501c3, which I do sit on that board as the executive director, but it's a self-governing board. It's funny, there are times when I'm traveling for work or family or different things that I'm not at the meeting. They make decisions and keep going. Like, so why do you guys even need me in this meeting? You guys already decided what you're doing for the next couple of years, whatever the strategic meetings are. So the board does not really need me for them to function and do what they do. We've got great folks that want to be there for the right reason. We have been able to partner with other organizations through the success of the minor league team, and we funnel that benefit of the minor league team winning to our academy teams. For example, the first year when we only had 3 teams, we didn't have uniforms. We decided to call, I had a friend of mine that's in leadership at Capelli, and I called him and said, hey, we're looking at doing this with the youth program. How can we partner to do X, Y, Z and get some funding or get some resources to the academy teams? It didn't take but probably 10, 15 minutes of a conversation. The next thing we knew, they were giving the academy teams discounted uniforms, like over $20,000 worth of equipment, balls, pennies, cones, different things. So, you know, my grandmama always says, if you build it, they will come. And for sure, we built it, and they came. Money is part of the equation. It's not my driver. It's never been. I grew up back home from the war to refugee camp. When I didn't have it, it didn't change me much. Now that I have a little bit of it, it doesn't change anything. I didn't come with it. I'm not leaving with it. So it doesn't, the money piece will sort itself out. But we have strategic partnership in place already that's helped the academy teams and reduce their cost. I mean, this year alone, going into our second year, I know this is recording, probably aired to Capelli. If this is in my NDA, I'm sorry. But, you know, we're able to, coaches outfitted in more than 6-7 ways, balls, pennies, cones, all over again like we did last year. Shirts for the kids, practice shirts for the kids. Like, there are a lot of things that kids that play travel ball would have to pay for that they didn't have to pay for because the first team success, we're able to channel that benefit to the kids. For example, you can research this on your own. Go look up what it costs to buy home and away uniform, practice uniform, backpack, and a jacket for a travel ball team. You're looking anywhere from $300 to $500 and something easily. Ours, $275. Less than half of anyone around us. How are we able to do that is, again, through that same partnership. Now, there are things that the first team has to adhere to, have certain display of Capelli stuff. We have to have certain things that have certain apparel and wear those things X number of times, display things at games, travel with things, promote certain things, some businesses that put funding into it. So the sponsorship side of it, we as a first team, as a minor league team, we have to honor that agreement. And then the benefit from that, we don't keep it all with the first team. We channel that to the kids. What we want to do here is do the same thing, but channel all the way down to the rec program. It's the same. What we've done works. we just want to do it again with the rec program, not just the elite. So
After you had, excuse me, after you had your meeting with myself, Andrew, and others, did you go back and talk to your partners, your associates about what we talked about? And if so, what did they have to say?
yeah, so the first group that I spoke with was the board, right? Because for full transparency, any success that we've had from a benefit that one would keep, we funnel that to the academy. So that's the first group that we had to make sure they understood that there's a rec program that's coming. Why? Good question, because 97% of whatever comes in from a benefit standpoint, staying with the academy, a good chunk of that now goes to the rec. So we wanted them to know what going into next year will look like. Obviously this year, calendar year, August through May, it's already accounted for. But going into next fiscal year, I wanted that board because I know the work they've done firsthand, and I know the folks that are on there, and I know where their heart is, and I know just the amount of time they take away from their family and personal business and everything else to commit to the success of our program. Our success is not because of me. It's because we've got great folks that wants to be there for the right reason. They're there for the kids. So I went to them first and said, hey, in fact, after we finished, I started calling them to just say, before you hear from anyone else, I want you to know that gift is on another verge of doing something again. The gift that keeps on giving. I want to do a rec program in LaVergne, while LaVergne of all places. I grew up there. That's my hometown. And I want them to know that every 100% that was going there is not going there anymore. What does that look like? I don't know. But I do know that I've seen enough come through from what we've done that enough can go and create something else. So their response is always the same response. I say yes, but you have to formally present it to the board and make sure that the board votes on it, agrees on it. I'm not concerned about that because there's not been a single thing that I've proposed to the board that they've turned down. There hasn't been. So this is no different. I've talked to the president. I've talked to a couple key folks that I needed to have conversations with. All of you are important if you're listening and watching. But I did the due diligence already, and I know that when it does come up for voting, that it's a no-brainer. It's going to pass. Then that's one piece of the pie. There's the other piece of the pie, which is the volunteering and getting folks that are playing on our first and second team to give up their time and to give back. I grew up as a single, in a single family, oldest of 7. There wasn't many males in my life growing up. I've been blessed to have over 50 guys that I get to work with week in and week out. My task to them is to give back to the community that we come from. So if you look at teachers, they're mostly females. You look at anything that has to do with giving back, Sunday school, you name it, mostly females. Again, blessed to have over 50 plus guys that are on the 2 teams combined. I'm pretty sure we can get at least 10-20% of them to give back in some capacity. They all are there because they say they're there for the right reason, and they've shown that over 3 seasons, a year and a half. This would be no different. So it would be me asking, and usually, again, because of the way I'm wired and the way things have seemed to pan out for me, I love giving, and folks like giving me so I can give, and that's the goal, is to continue to do that.
So I guess from what you're saying, everything being equal, if we could get this off the ground, asking parents to come out and volunteer, whether it be teen moms or concessions or whatever, is not a big issue.
No. It takes a village.
Oh, it definitely.
It takes a village.
Trust me, we struggle with it. And so, Andrew, or Felicia, I guess would be the best question. Again, everything being equal, if we can work this out and make it happen, what is the process for an RFP? Time limit?
Time limit, it would have to, of course, it's too late to go before council this month.
Mm-hmm.
But if Bruce and I can get it together, it could be on the October meeting, I'm sure.
And Andrew, I'm sure you guys in parks have got some things, some more. Have you got any questions that maybe I don't know about, or we certainly don't know about? Have we?
Pretty. I mean, he's giving you pretty much an overview. I mean, of course, we're wanting to do a rec league and also have travel ball, and the goal is to eventually have a minor league team here. So pretty much the entire organization can be encompassed in LaVergne. So we just want to make sure everybody's clear on that. Like I said, Steve had pointed out it might take 2 years, but we just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Would it be called LaVergne Soccer League? What would it be called?
If you want to change the name, Vice Mayor, we can talk about that.
What is the name of it now?
Tennessee Temple.
Tennessee Temple.
The tempo is Tempo, like music.
Tempo.
Tempo, yes.
They said temple. Okay,
yeah,
tempo.
Tennessee
Okay.
Temple.
I like that name. I guess that's something we'd have to talk about.
Yeah.
As far as the RFP, I mean, Bruce has been emailed, and I believe Miss Felicia, I don't know if you were CC'd on it. Bruce does have the information on that. So he works pretty much extensively that and with Miss Felicia on that. So we'll follow up this week and push to get that on the next agenda for October.
And once again, if we can get this rolling, if everybody's, and you've got to bring it before the board, let's just using dates, let's say November 1st or December 1st.
For
at the earliest.
Probably, I would say, would you say November would be the earliest it could be voted on?
I don't know. That's why I was asking about that. I don't know how that would work.
Bruce, I need to talk to Bruce, but I don't see why we couldn't have it at the board before for the November meeting.
Okay, so
At the latest.
let's say that it comes to the board and we okay it. Then what is our next step? What's the next thing?
I think that really, I mean, of course we get
Certificate of liability insurance.
Yeah, we'll have to get all his
things like that.
paperwork and of that nature. But as far as sign-ups, he would do just like the baseball league. Go ahead and start advertising sign-ups.
So that would be early enough for a spring league. Are you all prepared for that quickness?
Yes. Not ideal timeline, but we'll make it work. I'd like to have more time, but yes, if that's the best that we could do.
And as far as the spring season, what months do you envision that being?
I don't know what's on the calendar at the moment from a field standpoint, but usually there's nothing you can do outside in January and February. So you probably want to do somewhere late March and go about 8 weeks. So yeah, you probably don't want to start too early because the grass is probably not ready for it. Just being mindful of that. So I would love to look at the calendar with you and say, okay, this is when we've always come outside to start doing stuff on grass. And then going forward 8 weeks from there, what does that look like? And then there might be some holidays or spring break or some stuff in there that we have to be mindful of. So my guess is that it wouldn't be a consecutive 8 weeks. It may be 4 or 5 weeks here, and then you skip 1 week for whatever holiday or whatever is going on in the community, and then come back to it again. But yeah, I would love to look at the calendar and then be able to better assess, like, when do you officially start? When would there need to be a break for whatever the reason being? When do we pick back up and when do we finish?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What does the season look like game-wise?
The games will be on the weekends.
I'm sorry. Number of games.
It depends on the number of teams, but I mean there are 8 weeks, so ideally about 8 games, right? So if you're training once or twice a week, that's following Saturday you'll have games. If there are 4 teams in your bracket, then that Saturday you could potentially play each other once, which would be 3 games on that weekend. So the number of teams will be determined. Now again, remember there is a template already that we've designed that we're going to be able to plug things in. There are X number of games based on age that you don't want to overdo in a set 24-hour period for safety reasons. Right. So probably no more than 3 games, and probably less than that the younger they are. But there's a lot that goes into it. But the equation works. It's just a matter of getting some more data input to be able to make a good, accurate decision. Yes, sir.
And I hate to keep saying this because I don't know anything about soccer other than I know the kids love it and we want it, and that's really all that matters. But do they play soccer in inclement weather as long as it's not lightning?
Yes, sir. If it's not too hot from a heat index standpoint and it's not thunder and lightning, you can play in the rain, especially if you have turf. But if you don't have turf, then you have to be mindful. The little guys are okay for the most part, regardless of the amount of rain. Now, if it's like pouring down hardcore, it's probably not safe to be out there at that point. But if it's just moderate rain, little drizzle here and there, you can play. The older you get, or the older they get, if they play on that wet surface, they're going to beat the field up. They're just going to.
They don't get hurt.
Yeah.
Wherever they get.
I guess I have a question probably for Andrew. I'm really liking what I'm hearing tonight, and I'm just wondering about a timeline. If we all get together and we all love this and we decide to move forward with it, as far as the field is concerned, what would it look like as far as getting the budget approved for the turf and then actually getting it put in? Is that something that could happen like next summer between the seasons?
It could. The cost is extensive.
No, that's. I'll answer that.
It's all budgetary. Let's go with that.
Yeah, that's my. That's why I wanted to be realistic and go for 2 years. And at the end of 2 years, if it gets to be overwhelming, as I keep saying, with the response and with the donations, the people buying, wanting to invest and stuff, and then, because that's a pretty big expense, because I think Andrew even brought it up the other day, just the LED lights for that's how much?
I'll be honest with you. The lighting itself, if we were just to replace the light heads, not the poles on the football field, the lighting from Musco Lighting was about $182,000 to $192,000.
Good.
And that's if you go look at the LaVergne High School or Smyrna High School, that's what we're going to. You're going to your LED lights because our metal halide lights that are currently up there now, they're being outdated. The cost to operate them are double or triple, and the repair cost yearly is insane. So, and you can never keep them all operating at one time because you have a company come out and work on them. A day later, there's going to be two lights out. Now, your turf cost, you're looking around $750,000.
Plus, we even talked about it, and for his semi-pro team, we even talked about maybe building dressing rooms so the opposing teams, because when you get up to that level of soccer, I do know that's you got to have dressing rooms and things, and but at least now it's in the talks. We're going to move it forward, I hope, with Gift at the helm, people like Andrew, us, that I want 2 years. I want to make sure that when we present it to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, or when Andrew and David does, that we have got a leg to stand on. We can show them that this is something that we desperately need, or maybe not desperately, but we'd like to have to make it even bigger and better. Who knows? Because, at one time, I don't want to talk in the past tense, but I know I know that she knows. The LaVergne Youth Baseball Softball at one time was number one in the state of Tennessee, probably even in the Southeast.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to get that back there, but it's going to take us a while. But if we can come out of the gates with something like this, in a couple of years, this could be what puts LaVergne programs on the map and people coming from all over. I mean, is that
Most definitely. When you talk about cost of upgrading our facilities, our facilities are roughly 30 years old. They're veterans, so it's going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
But it's not only a benefit to soccer, it's a benefit to our football kids. It's a benefit to events. You know, our fall festival's held on there, our movies in the park, cornhole tournaments, anything of that nature. So that's less rain outs. You know, we get tons of rain in LaVergne. So it's not only a benefit just to soccer. That would be a capital upgrade to all our kids and our community events in the long run.
I don't have anything else, guys. He's right here if you have any questions before I cut him loose.
Is your league still going on now in Murfreesboro?
Yes, sir. And I've got time. I have permission from my wife to be here all night, so I've got time.
Well, there's another meeting after this,
Okay.
so we don't want to go too terribly long. But we want to make sure that the members here get as many questions in. And
yes, sir.
Of course, you all can always pick up the phone, call Andrew or David, and, please don't hesitate to email them or call them. If you have any more questions, they can ask. Of course, I got Gil's personal cell phone, so I can call him myself.
Whenever you want, sir.
But
whenever you want.
We thought it would be nice if we brought him here so you guys could ask questions. We can,
Yeah,
I
and
got all my questions out.
a couple of things to what both of you have mentioned already. The first one is my contact is gift, like Christmas gift, GIFT at Tennessee Temple, TEMPOFC.com. So gift at TennesseeTempleFC.com.
TN Tempo or Tennessee?
Tennessee spelled out.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And if you want this, Vice Mayor has my cell, Andrew has my cell. They'll give it to you. I think this is recorded, so I have enough issues, people calling me that I don't know them. I don't want to repeat it on air, but if you ask me after this, but I'm not, yeah. But the couple of things I just want to give you, our academy is TN Temple FC Academy.com. That's a 501c3, capital T or TN. The Tennessee is not spelled out, just TN Temple FC Academy.com. That's the academy site. The first team site is Tennessee spelled out, Temple spelled out, like the music, Temple, FC.com. So those are two different entities, two different teams. The academy is a 501c3 nonprofit. Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm just thinking how much money we put into that already. It's really nonprofit. And then there's the first team that is the S Corporation that is for profit, air quotes, because it doesn't quite make money. Whatever it makes, we pass on to the academy. But don't ask me why I'm doing this. Families ask me that question multiple times, and I don't have a good answer besides I like giving back. This is our fourth season for the minor league, and ever since we started back in 2021, we have won our conference every single season. We have, in our first season, we're in the UPSL, United Premier Soccer League, over 400 teams across the country. I think 450 if you count Mexico with us. We made it to the national championship our first season. Our second season, we lost in the Sweet 16. And our third season just ended a couple of weeks ago. We lost in the quarterfinal, the national quarterfinal, not the conference, not the region, but the national quarterfinals. And then this is our fourth season we just begun. They went on the road to play a new team that's supposed to be really good in Jackson, and they won on Saturday. I wasn't there. I was here at home. But they won 6-1 in the season opener on the road. So I say that to say one last thing, sorry, before I say this. We were one of 9 or 11 teams across the country, amateur teams, that qualified for the U.S. Open Cup. The U.S. Open Cup has been around for, I think, at least 105, 106 years old, where professional teams get together and play. So we were one of 9 or 11 teams, I know it's an odd number, that made it to the U.S. Open Cup. And we lost to a pro side here in Murfreesboro back in March. The reason I'm saying all that is to echo what you said earlier. We have places that have already asked us to come use their place. Moving forward, we chose to stay in Murfreesboro for specifically a simple reason. Our academy is already there. After they're done training, they can stay and watch the first team train. when they're done playing games in the morning or afternoon, they can go to the stadium and watch their coaches and folks that are on that first team play. So there's a community aspect of it. There's a family atmosphere about it. That's why we've not moved the first team from Murfreesboro. I don't like paying what we're paying to be there, but to keep our family all at one place, that's why we've decided to keep it there. I can tell you that Seagull and Murfreesboro has been mentioned a lot because we're winning and we're on ESPN3, we're on different channels, and we're U.S. Soccer, different stuff is happening. So the upside of this is huge. The cost of the facility that we're mentioning, that cost is not going to go away. But could we connect with the turf company and say, hey, how do we partner and you can be a title sponsor or a different kind of sponsor and do different things because of the awareness that we create across U.S. Soccer. So there are ways for us to strategically put our heads together and figure out the best possible way forward. There are folks that I know that if they were to put their name engraved, their business name engraved in the turf, they would be willing to pay parts of it, right? So there are different ways to go about eating up that cost. Yes, it's a 30-year property that needs to be invested in as a community. Yes, all that good stuff, but soccer is still going to be using it, and if we can contribute and help in any way, shape, or form, we would love to do that. I would love for our family to be in one place. The caveat to this is I am projecting that we're going to, if history repeats itself, because history always does, we just don't listen to it, right? If we triple from year 1 to year 2, and we don't triple next year, but we only double. We came from 3 teams to 9 teams. If we go from 9 to 18, we wouldn't be able to stay in Murfreesboro. We couldn't. There are 3 clubs that are there already. We barely have space to train. There are conversations at the moment of a different location that have already agreed for us to go there next fall. That is not my first preference. Again, my preference would be here at home. But I'm concerned that if we do the rec and the rec does what we're anticipating it does, we may not have space to do the travel here. We may just be able to just do the rec. In the event of that happening, the rec will be here, and then the travel will be somewhere else in a different city, still in Middle Tennessee. But I just want to make sure for full transparency's sake that we're all in sync. I'm fully in with the organization, with folks that are helping, volunteering, sponsoring. But if we don't have the space to do what needs to be done, then we'll keep doing the rec as long as we can. But the pro side and then the kids side, the travel ball side, may not be able to come to LaVergne if we don't have the space for it. So,
understood. I will tell you also, we had the football program in the meeting with us, and there will be absolutely no conflict whatsoever with football. Football is our go-to here, so but there won't be any conflict. My last question, and then we've got to get going.
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the soccer game the other night? Are you a Messi fan? Did you pull for Nashville? Just real quick.
You know this is recorded, right? And I have friends, so I like to friendship and things I like to maintain after this meeting. Okay. Whatever you want, sir.
Plead the fifth.
Yeah, play the fifth. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Giff, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
And we're going to have the rest of our meeting.
Yes,
and, you know, you can hang around and listen to it, or you can leave. Either one, we're not going to be mad. But I speak for all of us when I say that we really enjoyed it. It's very informative and got a lot to think about, a lot to talk about. And, of course, Andrew and David will, you know, and we'll see what happens. But
Yes,
thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll get back on track here, and we will talk about the heat wave, or not the heat wave, but the carnival this weekend. Is that Kathy?
It is. All right. The carnival's actually started rolling in today. It opens to the public Thursday. It's open Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the 24th through the 26th. Thursday, Friday, it's open 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And Saturday, it's open noon to 10. The armbands are $25 a piece. They are good for 4-hour increments. They are good 6 to 10 Thursday, Friday, 1 to 5 on Saturday, and 6 to 10 on Saturday. So important to know, you cannot use an armband from noon to 1 or 5 to 6. They are selling tickets individually for $1 a piece, and it takes 3 to 5 tickets per ride if you want to ride outside the armband time frames.
Can you tell me those time frames again?
It is 6 to 10, pretty much 6 to 10 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and then 1 to 5 on Saturday as well. So there's 4 time frames that those armbands are good for.
Will you, and I asked you this last time, just so there's no misunderstanding, and for folks that hopefully are watching or will be watching, explain how that armband will work depending on what time you get it.
If you show up at 3 o'clock and buy an armband, then that armband is only good from 3 to 5. So you're not going to get your full 4 hours unless you do the full 1 to 5 or 6 to 10. So, and it is on social media. We've got it posted out there. Hopefully everybody will see that so that they don't pay $25 for 1 hour worth of rides. And they will be told also, if you show up at 3 o'clock and you buy a $25 armband, you're going to know that's only good till 5. So you have the opportunity to leave and come back and ride from 6 to 10.
With the same armband?
No.
They change
They
colors.
will change the armband.
Yeah.
So, but before you purchase that armband, you will be made aware that it is only good until 5 o'clock.
Gotcha.
Because that Saturday's the only day it's really going to affect anybody. So.
Any questions about the carnival? All right, and we will move on to the big event for the Fall Festival.
All right. Fall Festival. We've got the kickoff concert Friday night, September 15th. It is Gabriel Sanchez presents the Prince Experience. It's at 7, gates open at 6. Parade Saturday starts at 10 a.m. It'll start at City Hall, end at the park. Festival starts immediately after the parade and will end at 3:30. So there's no Saturday night concert. It'll be just day entertainment on Saturday.
How many horse cars have we had people sign up for?
We have had no horses. I did have one of the horse organizations come get his registration form, and I did let him know about the requirements. If you register a horse, it has to either pull a trailer or a float. And that's normal. They come and they'll get the registration, then they turn it in all at once. So I've not received the registration, so I don't know how many he's planning on putting in the parade. There's 2 big horse organizations that usually register. So.
Tell me just a little bit before we end here about that entrepreneur, the kids' things.
Okay.
I read it. Sounded pretty cool.
Children's Entrepreneur Market. They travel. It's in different states, but this one's of Tennessee. They travel different cities in Tennessee, different festivals, and the booths are strictly run by children. So she takes up her own registrations, and then she just reports back to us how many booth spaces she will need. She organizes it, and then they're just going to participate at our event. They'll have their own little section. And if you see that, you shared it. So she's trying to get the word out. So if you don't mind sharing.
Is that, are those things that those kids invented?
Not all of it is handmade, but it's strictly children run. So it could be CDs that they acquired. It's not, I don't believe it's all, handmade or homemade by children, but the booth itself is managed. They have to run the booth. They manage the money on the booth. They do it all. So.
And who are your bands throughout the day?
At 11:30, we have Hobo Road. And then at 2 o'clock, we have the Road West Band.
Parade starts at 10.
10 a.m. at City Hall.
At City Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions from the board? Any comments? All right. So we'll talk just for a minute. How many of you are excited what you heard about soccer?
It's time.
I made my mind up.
It's way pastime.
Way
And,
past time, yeah.
and as Andrew said, and me and him was talking about it the other day up at the Howl at the Moon was, I remember when my son and he played, I coached, and we started behind the Senior Citizen Center, and they were building Veterans Memorial. And I remember when it got done, how exciting it was to come up here to a new park. Because down there, the lights were drooped down like this, and
Remember it well.
sparks was flying off the lights, and they would go.
Bags sticking up out of the.
Yeah, you remember
ground.
that,
They
yeah.
weren't
So I'm
in
excited.
there.
I hope there, even though this sounds great, I hope that all of the other wheels that need to be in motion with the city and parks and 501s and RFPs and green space and things like that I hope we can get that all together and make this happen. So our next meeting will be September the 18th, right here at 6 p.m. With that said, we are right on time. I call this meeting adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the LaVergne Planning Commission meeting. It is August 29th, 2023, and it is 6 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. First order of business is to approve the minutes from the July 25th, 2023 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Commissioner Molinar. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next, we're moving on to the public comment period. We do have one person signed up, Mr. Donnie Fergus. If you'll come forward, state your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Jason, board members. My name is Donnie Fergus. I live at 159 Fergus Drive. My family's been there since 1919. The proposal that I've seen, they wanted to rezone our property to agricultural. Currently, we are zoned as industrial, and I would like to keep it that way because that's protecting the value of the property in a future date. We're currently running a farming operation there. We've got animals on the property. I cut hay off of it occasionally and stuff like that. So we're going to stay as we are. I don't plan on going anywhere, but what I'm trying to do is protect the value of the property for my daughters and my grandchildren on down the road. You know, me and my wife, we've had things happen in our life that we don't want to make any changes at this point in time. So I don't want anybody to think that we're, wanting to move. So I'd like to keep the property zoned industrial, which that keeps the value of it at the highest it can be for the area it's in. So we'd just like to express that. Some of you I've met, some of you haven't. But like I said, we've been here for a long time. So I'd like to talk to all of you if we get a chance. But in the last couple of weeks, I've tried to get over to several of you. So, but anyway, and Jason was good enough to get me some names yesterday because I kept running into dead ends. I knew the names, but I couldn't find numbers. So, but anyway, I just wanted to express my concern about rezoning it to agriculture. So, because that would devalue the property. So I'd like to keep it where it's at to protect the value of it for future generations in my family. So, so I appreciate your time and thank you. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to old business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance. Lieutenant Frank Walkup, Phases 1 and 2, property located off of Jones Mill Road, requested by Womble and Associates. This is R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District, and this has been deferred. Number 4 is site plan 142 Stones River Road, 2 buildings totaling 8,000 square feet containing showroom with office and indoor storage on 8.61 acres. This was requested by Jim Nyquist, property located 142 Stones River Road, tax map 15M, Group C, Parcel 1, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District. This property is owned by Titan Home Builders, LLC. The applicant has used all deferrals and has not resubmitted. Mr. Logan.
Yes, staff has reached out to this applicant, and they did ask how many times they could apply to the Planning Commission, and we informed them that they can apply more than once. There's no calendar or expiration date for a site plan that gets disapproved at the Planning Commission. Unlike a rezoning, I believe a rezoning has to sit out for 12 months before it can ask for the same piece of land to be rezoned. There's no rule like that on site plans. So this was a phone conversation. They indicated that they might resubmit at some point. So after the third deferral, which was the end of July, they were notified that they had run out of deferrals, and they were advised to resubmit, but of course you can't make anybody resubmit. So that's where we're at. Thanks.
Gary, anything you want to add?
No, sir. We have a stop work order on them. They did a bunch of work on that site outside of a land disturbance permit, but they've received their letter, and it's been quiet since then.
Okay, so we have this item that we do have to vote on, and there are outstanding items. Anything from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to deny as submitted due to the 36 items as listed on the staff reports dated for this evening.
Have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Number 5, preliminary plat, Marlowe LaVergne, 2 lots on 27.49 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located at 243 Blair Road, tax map 32, parcel 6. This is an R3 high-density zoning residential district. This property is owned by Martin Schaffner, and this item has been withdrawn, as has the concept plan. So 5 and 6 are both withdrawn. Moving on to 7, final plat, Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and re-subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1, 52 lots on 15.69 acres, requested by SEC Incorporated. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.04, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Blair Road LLC. This item is deferred. Moving on to number 9, site plan, Power Equipment Company, parking expansion on 16.7 acres, requested by Dewey Engineering Incorporated. Property located at 320 Waldron Road, tax map 17, parcel 5.01, I-2 heavy industrial and C2 highway service commercial zoning districts. Property owned by Power Equipment Company. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval, and this property is located on Waldron Road at 320 Waldron Road, and you can see here on the screen the existing facility, sort of a T-shaped facility. There's equipment on display out front, and this site plan is only to expand the parking areas to the south of the building and also to add a loading dock roughly in this area in the front of the building. So they're not building any new structures with this site plan. And zooming out, you can see the property and surrounding vicinity. Again, it's outlined in blue. And on the zoning map, the navy blue indicates I-2, which is heavy industrial. And then the red is commercial zoning. That's C2 zoning. So this parcel does have commercial zoning at the front next to the road and then industrial in the rear. And some photos of the site. You can see they have a lot of equipment that they deal with in their business day to day. They do have a lot of, from their site plan back in 2019, they do have a lot of driveways and impervious surfaces. Here's some more equipment. And then this is the front of the building, some of the equipment that's on display. So moving on to the site plan, you can see on this screen the areas that this plan encompasses. So here's the parking area to the south that they are adding, and then the loading dock is shown here, this square, and then this is, of course, Waldron Road running north and south. And I do believe all the comments were addressed on this one. Yes, there's no outstanding comments from the workshop, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde in case he wants to say anything.
No, sir, I'm good.
Does anyone have any questions?
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Have a motion to accept as submitted. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to number 10, final plat, 119 Cheney Boulevard, 5 lots on approximately 0.66 acres, requested by JTA Land Surveying Incorporated. Property located at 119 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 18P, Group C, Parcel 3, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. This Property is owned by Amir Angley, and this is deferred. Moving on to new business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen rezoning of property requested by DSG Incorporated, 9.33 acres, property located at 31 Lillian Buchanan Drive, tax map 14, parcel 72, currently zoned C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, proposed zoning R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. Property is owned by Richland South LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this rezoning request is just down the road here on Murfreesboro Road. This is 9.33 acres, and it's behind the LaVergne Post Office as well as the Dunkin' Donuts and Marco's Pizza. You see it there on the screen. So this is Murfreesboro Road at the bottom of the screen, and these are the Central Park Villas, the multifamily development that is existing. So zooming out, you can see Veterans Memorial Park and the ball fields to the north. This property is currently zoned commercial, so it's C2, and the applicant is requesting R3, which is high-density zoning. They would like to pursue the development of a multifamily housing development. And this road here is Lillian Buchanan. And of course, that's the post office here on the corner. So it is a large area, 9.3 acres, give or take. And on the zoning map, you can see, again, the red is C2, which is commercial zoning. Then the green, which you can see to either side, is R3, which is existing townhomes and other multifamily dwellings. And then, of course, all the frontage right now on Murfreesboro Road is C2 on both sides of the road. This picture is from Lillian Buchanan, and you can see in the distance the existing multifamily units that are there, and then the vacant land is here. There is existing sidewalk on Lillian Buchanan. So moving a little bit more toward the south and east, this is the Carpenter's Trade, Mid-South Carpenter's Trade School. And then, of course, more vacant land here between Lillian Buchanan and the school. And you can see some rooftops in the distance of the existing townhomes. So this screen shows the plan that was submitted. So again, this is the 9.3 acres, roughly an L shape. And you can see the neighboring properties and quite a bit of R3 on both sides as well as behind it that's already existing. And then you can see these out parcels on Murfreesboro Road. And of course the predominant zoning in the area is C2 and R3, and that's really the only two zoning districts. And I believe that covers everything, so turn it over to you all. Thanks.
Bo, can you go back to the zoning map real quick?
Yeah.
Just want to clarify because on the outside of that outline for the actual parcel, you see a strip of commercial behind it, but that's not a separate parcel.
It is not. It appears that the GIS just doesn't match. The fancy word is polygon. So the polygon that was drawn by whoever drew it on the map just doesn't match the assessor's property lines.
Okay. I just wanted that to clarify. There's not going to be just a strip left behind there. That's not buildable. Does anyone have any questions?
Is the applicant here this evening?
Absolutely. If you could please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Yep, Josh Hamby, 6000 Fairview Road, Suite 1530, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28210.
Couple of questions. Lowe referring to the rezoning for that particular area. Could you just explain what your plan is for the rest of the development going across down Mersebar Road and what you intend to put in there?
Absolutely. So looking at the plan, we'll start plan left, so plan west. At the multifamily, the area labeled future commercial is really set aside for infrastructure. So obviously, as you saw in Bo's photos, that is all green today, and we'll be creating close to 100% impervious. So that future commercial area is slated for a stormwater pond. The eastern half of that will service the 5 retail outparcels. And so we're looking at a mix of roughly 3 restaurants, a grocery store, and then some more service-related retail, yet to be leased, but looking at a single multi-tenant structure most likely as well.
As far as the proposed multifamily, can you just explain the amount, your expected amount of buildings and
so the
facades and what it's going to be do
Yeah, so we're really between 2 site plans right now due to feasibility issues. One shows 2 3-story structures, one shows a single 4-story structure and a single 2-story structure, a bit more divided with parking field in between. Both of these will be traditional Class A garden-style walk-up multifamily, unless we do end up going 4 stories, which will require, vertical transportation. But it's really just to create, LaVergne's first live, play, live at the grocery store, walk to the grocery store, walk and grab your cup of coffee in the morning. So it's just to provide further connectivity with the retail development across the street and a new product offering.
Could you just explain, if you would, the Veterans Memorial, you were indicating a proposed signalization there? What's the plan for that?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So the goal would be to install a new decel lane as well as the light. Our current design, what we've talked with DOT, has involved widening the throat there to allow for a right in. Additionally, we would string it per city code, and that would allow greater ingress egress. We are trying to accommodate an east-west connection through the multifamily property as well between Floyd Mayfield and William Buchanan, but that's yet to be seen as far as feasibility for design goes as well.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any other questions? Nope. Okay, need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion approved as submitted.
It's not. I'm sorry. It's not a motion to approve or deny. This is a recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. So I need either a favorable or an unfavorable recommendation.
I make a motion for a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion for a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes, or recommendation passes. Moving on to number 12, site plan, Cheney Place, 50 townhomes on 4.3 acres requested by SEC, property located on Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcels 10 and 11, R3 high density zoning district. Property is owned by Old South Properties Incorporated. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval for Cheney Place, which will include 50 new townhomes. And on the screen currently is the property. So this is Cheney Boulevard, north and south. And so between Cheney and Summit Place, or Summit Lane, is the property. It's roughly 4.3 acres. There's 2 dwellings, and we'll see a picture of that in a moment, but there are a couple dwellings on the property that will be removed, of course, to make way for the new development. And this property was rezoned about 1 year ago. So a little bit wider view, and you can see LaVergne High School at the very bottom of the screen. And this is Cheney as you go north, and this property's on the right. And zoning map. It shows the R3 zoning. There's actually quite a bit of R3 zoning on both sides of Cheney as you go north toward Old Nashville Highway. So currently, there's a lot of trees on the property. There's one of the homes here in the photo, and then the other dwelling is a mobile home. And there's a gravel driveway that runs between both of those. So moving on to the plan, this shows the layout of the development. So there are 50 townhomes proposed. The mail kiosk will be located near the entrance of the development. And they do have dumpster enclosures indicated near the south side. And since the workshop, the applicant has updated the required buffer, so the buffer that will have to be installed is now shown as the property just to the south is still zoned agriculture. And then there is a playground also shown in the center of the development. And then you can see the arrangement of all the units, more or less in the shape of a horseshoe with some units in the middle. And there's no outstanding planning comments. I do see some comments, looks like, from engineering. So I'll turn that over to Mr. Lyde.
Okay, the comments from engineering are mainly due to my getting a little confused on this one. They submitted a concept plan, and then this was a site plan. So one of my comments last go round was that you need to submit a preliminary plat, because that's the next thing after a concept plan. So we have a subdivision regulation requirements for the concept plan, and then zoning ordinance requirements for the site plan. So I've spoken with their engineer, and they do intend to sell these as individual condos, basically. So it is an individually sold off thing. And they did provide a preliminary plat, although y'all can't actually act on it since it's, I don't think, because it's a site plan on the agenda. But their intent, as shown by this, could you go to sheet 107? Oh, back to. There you are. Okay, so their intent is to use the platting process solely for the dedication of the easements and get their approval to build these things from the site plan. So based on that, the comments I've got are only comments on the preliminary plat, and they addressed all the comments from the site plan. If y'all look as confused as I am by this.
I'm just wanting to make sure, and we may need the attorney to weigh in on this, Evan, if you don't mind, as far as if our process says that the next step is supposed to be a preliminary plat, and this was submitted as a site plan, that would be, I don't know if that would be allowable to go outside of that order.
Right, I don't think so either. Yeah.
Do we have the applicant? Hello, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
John Miner with SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro. It is a confusing process, but in order to establish the easement locations, you have to have a site plan. So they both kind of have to come first.
Gary, how does that work?
Well, we're into Bo's world here, but honestly, I expected to see a preliminary plat that was for this entire thing that showed the buildings and met the, because if you read through the preliminary plat requirements and subdivision regulations, they say, show all the buildings if they're going to be condos, show this, show that, show the other. So that's what I expected to see, which prompted a very long conversation between myself and Mr. Miner, where he was trying to explain it to me what I just explained to you. So, in terms of the understanding of the process, I'll turn it over to Bo.
Well, I think the confusion may be in a typical townhome development or condominium development, you would have common area. So the common area would not necessarily need to be platted to the city. I'm assuming there's utility extensions on this project that are being platted to the city.
Correct.
So if that were not the case, I don't know that we need any plat.
In common areas, typically, that remains with the HOA of the
Correct.
organization,
And-
not to the city.
No, and I didn't say that. I was saying a typical development that has no reason to plat these utilities, we wouldn't even have a plat. You'd just go straight to site plan. Apartment complexes don't have plats unless they're dedicating utilities to the city. For whatever reason, this project has to, the utilities weren't there. So there's got to be a process to do both. But I don't think the site plan's out of order tonight. I don't see how we can go this far without having the site plan considered tonight on this type of development.
You will also see it 3 more times, once for the preliminary plat, once for the HBR plat, and once for the final plat.
Anything from anyone else?
I think we also need to adhere to our rules and regulations. So, we've got to get this correct. Obviously, legals give us their opinion, and I tend to follow with those, is we've got to follow our procedures, and unfortunately, it looks like we've got to be back to front on here, but wish it hadn't got organised before we got to this point tonight, but that's, here we are.
I'm going to make a motion to defer this by a month. That should hopefully be enough time for you to get a preliminary plat over to us, and we can address this all next month. So my motion is to defer this to next month. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
See you next month, sir.
I have a question. Does this count as a deferral?
No, not for their purposes, because we're instituting it. Next, we have concept plan, Sand Hill Villas, 7 lots on 0.87 acres, requested by Southern Precision Land Surveying, Incorporated, property located on Sand Hill Road, tax map 14, parcel 48, R3, high-density residential zoning district. This property is owned by Sand Hill Partners, LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the preliminary plat for Sand Hill Villas, and also on the agenda under old business is their concept plan. So these two items will need to be heard together. They're proposing 7 lots on 0.87 acres, and you can see here on the screen, it's a very small piece of property, but it is on the north side of Sand Hill. And previously, this project was approved for a row of 7 townhomes, which was then changed to 3 and 4, divided by a parking lot. But at the end of the day, they were approved for 7 townhomes, and then the property sold to a new owner who wishes to build single-family instead of townhomes. So that's the reason that we have a plan for 7 lots now. So zooming out, you can see a very large area of R3 with townhomes, and this property is this small area that's sort of wooded. Some of the trees now are down, but when this photo was taken, it was a wooded area. And again, you can see a little bit closer up how the neighboring sites have developed around this parcel. This property was rezoned last year in 2022 to R3. It was agricultural. So you can see there on the map, this green color is R3. And this is what it looks like today. After the previous plan was approved, the applicant did get a grading permit and started moving dirt and moving rock. So they installed a silt fence, which is in this photo. And this is looking east on Sand Hill Road as you go over the hill. And you also see the silt fence on the left. So moving into this plan, you can see the layout of the 7 lots. They did install a private drive in the front because particular concern was having 7 new driveways on Sand Hill with limited sight distance, so that was an issue. So to overcome that, they've installed a drive in the front that would then serve each of the 7 lots. And this plan, of course, has been here several months, so most of the comments have been already addressed. And I don't believe there's anything outstanding from planning or engineering, so that.
No, I just want to address something.
Oh, Mr. Lott does have one comment.
If you could go back to 131 out of 231, please. You're at 109 now, so go way ahead. More. There you go. All right, so I talked to the fire marshal, Curtis Brinkley, and his comment about the fire department access is still not acceptable. He meant to take that off. So, because what they have done is they have added a second entrance here. So they have an entrance as far into the straightaway as they can get it, and a second entrance right at the high point of the road, which has, if you're going to be in this area, that's the best place to put it. So that is less than 150 feet, so it now meets the NFPA requirements. So there's a couple of minor comments left about which of the 2 water lines in front for them to tie to. They'll work that out with Scott Tatalovich. But they do have water service, and they do have sanitary sewer service. Entrance 1, entrance 2 meets the fire marshal's comments.
Okay, do we have an applicant here? Name and address, please.
Good evening. Brian Hamilton, Nashville Civil, 700 51st Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, so just for clarification, first we're going to be dealing with a concept plan. So does anyone have any questions about that? This will be number 8 in your packet. Any questions for staff or the applicant on the concept plan? If there's none, we need a motion to approve or deny.
Mr. Chairman, just have a couple of questions. Now we'll jump to it. So on the concept plan, what is the width of the driveways? It doesn't appear to be indicated.
20 feet is the easement for the shared drive, 24 for the entrance, and there was 36 for the exit for the fire truck. It was it's not really 2 entrances. One of them is an exit for the fire truck to get him back onto Sand Hill.
Okay, so both entrance and exit, what are their width? Are they 36 both, or?
Well, it can be. That's more about it would be construction plans. So we were really just putting that on there because of the workshop to not have 7 driveways, to have 1. So we did that. Then the fire truck needed to get back onto Sand Hill, so we did that. So it's not designed, but it will be the next step, construction plans. So we're allocating just the idea of the one shared entrance and then the exit to then get the fire truck back.
Okay, so I understand we're dealing with the concept, but as a preliminary plat, I would expect to have the dimensions put on there.
Okay. A preliminary plat usually doesn't, it's not a site plan. That's kind of what I think we talked about on a couple projects ago. But yes, I mean, clarify that. Everybody's going to be satisfied with that, you know, when it's designed. Construction plans.
Any other questions?
Just comment, I'm just glad that we don't have cars backing out on the sand hills.
Sure.
So that was
Yeah.
my main issue, and we've got a 20-foot drive that everyone is sharing. We have a 36-foot, main entrance and, exit onto Sand Hill, so the fire department's happy. And then we can get that truck out of there on the other end.
Correct, yeah.
I do have one quick question. How do you intend to make sure that the quote-unquote exit is only an exit, not an entrance?
So there's barricades, or there's different type things that can be used that, there's a typical type barricade that is used for those type of situations. It's a gate,
Okay.
and it's got a certain red and white, kind of caution. It doesn't say caution, but it has the red and white,
Okay.
I can bring a detail of it, or it'll be on the construction plans.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions?
Now, the last meeting in that gate, you mentioned that it would automatically open with the fire truck. Nobody have to get out and manually open or close it.
I'm not sure that was indicated, the automatic portion of it.
I think that's what the fire marshal had brought up.
I talked to Curtis about this. He said that they were okay with what's been presented.
He mentioned a couple different options, including a box that when it hears the sirens, it opens, but he didn't say specifics.
Okay. And does this development have to have a kiosk, a mail kiosk?
Just about everything now has to have a mailbox kiosk.
The post office, yeah, they've kind of done that.
Well, from my standpoint, I would prefer just have the two entrances rather than having a gate or a crash gate. I mean, just to get people in and out there. It's a very busy road, Sand Hill, and so I would just prefer to have it just two entrances to come in and come out.
We would do that, definitely, and I think the eventual homeowners would like that as well.
Okay, any other comments on the concept plan? If not, I would need a motion to approve or deny.
I make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Concept plan passes. Then we're on to the preliminary plat portion, which is 13 in your packet. So I believe Bo and Gary covered both the preliminary and the concept. So does anyone have any questions?
I would just encourage the applicant to listen to what this board said this evening as you move forward with the application. Just listen to what's been said and then come back with your thoughts and ideas.
Absolutely.
Okay, need a motion to approve or deny.
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
14, final plat, The Ridge, Phase 3, re-subdivide lots 315, 316, and 317, requested by Womble and Associates. Property located on Sweet Maple Knoll, tax map 29, parcels 30, 31, and 32, R2 medium density residential zoning district. This property is owned by Mitchell Bowman, DBA, F&B Development, Anthony Trimboli, and Lindsay Todetter. If I mispronounce that, my apologies. Mr. Logan.
This is a request from The Ridge. It's a request to combine 3 lots and change the boundaries of 3 lots so that the 3 lots become 2 after the subdivision is accepted. You can see the lot layout currently. There's 3 lots, and this is on Sweet Maple Knoll and Rocky Trail. Rocky Trail is the road to the right here. When this is finished, lot 316 will be eliminated, So just zooming out a little, you can see the 3 lots also in relation to the rest of the ridge. And this is the zoning map. The darker brown here is R2, medium density residential. And you can see this orange color is R1, which is low density. Again, this will just combine 2 of the smaller lots into 1 large lot. This is a photo from Rocky Trail and Chimney Ridge. And zooming out a little bit further, you can see the existing homes that are fairly new, and then the vacant corner here is the area that we're talking about. This is the plat submitted by the applicant. And you can see here in the middle is where lot 316 is today, and it'll be eliminated after the lots are combined and the plat's recorded. There's no technical comments remaining on this project, so this completes the report. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, with all the items been addressed by staff, I make a motion to accept as submitted.
I've got a quick comment before.
Go ahead.
The homeowner, Anthony Trimboli, he did approach me while I was doing a little bit of gardening. He had indicated that this came to be because when he purchased the home, he had talked to Michaels about putting in a pool. And after all was said and done, they realized that with setbacks and all, said pool would not have fit. So Michaels then, in order to make nice, decided to resubmit and change some lot lines there and give him a little more room for his pool. So that's why we are at this place. And then, of course, the 2 lots, by giving Mr. Trimboli a little more room, the other 2 lots would be a little bit small for the neighborhood. So, you know, it's still something that the neighborhood wants, and it's a good thing, so I will second your motion.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to 15, site plan, 84 Lumber, create additional storage yard on 42.45 acres, requested by SEC Incorporated, properly located on Wheeler Street, tax map 18K, parcel 13, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. This property is owned by 84 Lumber Company. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at 84 Lumber. And on the screen, you can see their existing facility at the end of Wheeler Street. So this is Wheeler Street near the bottom. And then this entire area is 84 Lumber. And there are quite a bit of trees and forested land around the 84 Lumber site. And as you zoom out, you can see just how large of a facility it is, especially with the surrounding pavement and gravel areas. This is Walmart for comparison to the north, and this is the Walmart parking lot. So it's not quite as big as Walmart, but it's approaching. So the property, the dark blue is I-2 Heavy Industrial, and then the light blue along the rest of Wheeler is I-1 Light Industrial. So the Heavy Industrial is where 84 Lumber is located currently. And here's some site photos. And you can see there's a lot of activity there day to day, and a lot of materials passing through. It's a very large operation. And there's another photo there of some equipment loading some trusses. The purpose of this site plan is only to build a storage yard. They're not building any buildings with this plan. And this is a closer view of the site plan. And you can see this is off to the top left is the existing building and the other facilities. And then this shaded area is the area where they would like to build the storage yard. And then down at the bottom is where Wheeler Street ends and the 84 Lumber property begins. And I think all the comments have been addressed on this site as well. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? If not, I need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to 16. Preliminary plat, Arbor Ridge, sections 1, 2, and 3, 95 lots of approximately 32 acres. This is requested by SEC Incorporated, property located off Waldron Road, tax map 32, parcel 4, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. This property is owned by Starlight Homes of Tennessee, LLC. Mr. Logan.
This request is for preliminary plat approval at Arbor Ridge, and these are sections 1, 2, and 3, and you can see there on the screen. This is Rock Springs Elementary School at the bottom, and this blue line goes around the perimeter. That's about 214 acres, give or take, and so these sections for Arbor Ridge will be located roughly in the middle of this 214 acres and then to the south of the middle as you go toward the intersection of Lake Road. And zooming out, you can see, again, we're talking about this area here. It's all south of Blair and east of Waldron. And the property is zoned planned density residential. These sections were approved approximately 1 year ago this month. And the applicant just resubmitted because they were under the clock. They had 1 year to make progress, and they wanted to resubmit these so that they could keep their approval. So there wasn't a whole lot to look at. I don't think Mr. Light had any comments either. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Does anyone have any questions? Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second and third. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Preliminary plat, Arbor Ridge, sections 5 and 10, 137 lots on approximately 53.13 acres, requested by SEC Incorporated, property located off Waldron Road, tax map 32, parcel 4, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Starlight Homes of Tennessee, LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the same area, of course, for Arbor Ridge, and this request is for preliminary plat approval at sections 5 and 10. So again, Rock Springs Elementary School, bottom left, and then this development to the right. This is the vineyards, and some of that's in Smyrna, and the northern parts in LaVergne, of course. And here's some photos. So in this photo, this is Lake Road, and Waldron is crossing in front of you, left to right. The school's on your right out of the photo. And this is the sign that's out there today. Oops, excuse me. This is the sign that's out there today for Arbor Ridge that says coming soon. These phases are, these sections are close to this area as well. So this is the entire master plan that was submitted by the applicant. And you can see this is section 5 here, and then 10 is a little bit further up in this image. So north is to your left in this photo. So these are pretty far down to the south of in the entire 214 acres. They're on the southern border of the property. And there are some detail sheets that show the lot layouts and the arrangement. All the lots in this development are still proposed to be between 41 feet and 50 feet wide, and that was approved with the original design book when Arbor Ridge passed. There's no outstanding comments that I'm aware of, and engineering has none, so that completes the report.
Anyone have any questions? Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to final plat. 5486 Murfreesboro Road, lots 3 and 4. Combined 2 lots to total 1.96 acres, requested by James Lukens. Property located at 5486 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, Group E, parcels 5 and 5.02, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District. This property is owned by Jemsid Shafari, Jemsid Mohibi, and Payman bin Rousey. Mr. Logan.
So this is a final plat request for approval at 5486 and 5500 Murfreesboro, and this plat would combine these 2 lots. So roughly a year ago, last summer, we met with the applicant, and they had designed a building, but the property line was an issue. I think part of the building was on top of the property line, so they had to rectify that, and the way to do that was to combine these 2 lots. So we'll have a photo in a moment of this building, but this is the building that most of you know started construction around, I think it's June of 2019, and a lot of the building's complete, but they never did finish everything, and it's not 100% complete. So it's some people refer to it as the building that's been under construction for 4 years, and that's probably accurate also. The new building that you'll see in the site plan will be pushed to the rear and further away from Murfreesboro Road. It gets closer to this railroad track. You'll see that in the next item. But currently, these are the lot lines. This blue, the existing 5500 building is on its own lot, and then the older storage building, it was kind of dilapidated, run down, but they did demolish that a couple years back, and that's what you're seeing there is the leftover slab from that old building that was torn down. So zooming out, of course, this is basically across from Walmart, and this is Washtopia, the neighbor just to the north and east. And zoning map, everything here is C2, highway commercial. Okay, so this, and we'll see this again in the next item for the site plan, but this is the existing building that's not finished. They've still got several site improvements to make, some water and sewer utility issues and things that are not complete. But this is what's out there today, and that's what it looks like. So this building, Murfreesboro Road, is just off to the left, out of sight. But so this building is turned so that the side is actually facing Murfreesboro Road, and then the actual front is at a 90-degree angle to Murfreesboro Road. So the plat submitted fairly simple, just shows the lot 2 or lot 3 and again shows the existing building and then the existing slab of concrete. So this line will be abandoned in the middle when the plat's recorded, and it'll be one parcel that's ready for the new building. And I don't think the plat has no comments, so that's all for the report. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions?
I still got to say, from the workshop we discussed, my concern is the roadway not lining up with the entranceway from the proposed building will give some concern for traffic. I still have concern about that.
And yes, sir, that'll be discussed in detail on the site plan. This is just the consolidation plat.
So any questions about consolidation?
Is the applicant here? Or?
Yes. You can come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Jim Lukens Engineering, 256 Seaboard Lane, Franklin, Tennessee.
All right. Just refresh my memory. In the workshop, is the building going to be, let's say, of similar style and look to the existing building, the second one that you're building?
It complements the existing building, and it'll face the street, so the retail will get a lot more visibility.
Okay. All right.
And I have some elevations here.
Okay, great.
Provided and also have materials for it. I was going to.
Perfect.
Well, yep, that will be addressed with the site plan.
Gotcha.
Does anyone have any questions on the consolidation?
Nope.
Okay, need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve, is there a second?
A second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now moving on to site plan, commercial shell building, lot 3, new building totaling 7,206 square feet on 1.96 acres, requested by James Lukens, property located at 5486 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, group E, parcel 5.02, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by Jamshed Sharifi, Jamshed Mohibi, and Payman Bay-Rousey. So we've got this in front of us. There's something, well, first before I start in on mine, I'll let Mr. Logan go through if they have anything.
So, of course, this is the item that goes along with the plat from the previous item. They are hoping to build a second building of 7,200 square feet, give or take. And I won't go over all the sites since we just did that, but I will show you the building again. So this shows the old slab of the building that was torn down, and then you can see just barely visible is the corner of the existing building. And then this is the site plan that the applicant is proposing. So in this plan, you can see existing building here and new building here, and they'll roughly be at right angles to one another with parking in front of both buildings. And I'll turn it over to the architectural discussion and the parking discussion.
Okay, well, I'll take that. We'll jump on the one real quick thing. It's hard to see on the plans, but this dumpster pad here has been revamped. That's a new wall. That loading area is not there anymore, and there's room for 3 dumpsters. Could you please, Bo, go to 215 and to 231? Okay, the engineer, that big old long list of 20-some-odd comments that I had, he did get all of those addressed. However, there were utilities comments that are outstanding. The problem is that the utility plan? 215. Sorry, I told you the wrong number. There we go. Right.
Is this it?
Yes. All right, so they've consolidated these into a single lot, which by our Public Works utility standards can only have one service. So they have the existing service and a new service shown, so the plans are not yet to a state that we could build them as drawn. Now, in terms of the lining up of the driveway, I discussed that with Mr. Lukens, and he has brought some additional information, and he would like to talk with you all directly about that.
Sir, if you'd please come back up, name and address.
Okay. Jim Lukens, Lukens Engineering, 256 Seaboard Lane, Franklin, Tennessee. If I can pass out it's an alternate plan. As I said before, we had kind of looked at different options for the parking layout, and it was specifically brought up at the at the technical review meeting a few weeks ago. So this is a layout that aligns the incoming traffic lane with the driveway straight across, and requires, an angle on the parking and everything. I prefer the one we've got in the application, but I want to let you know that this option does work too, and it's really a preference of which one would be preferred. But I like the other one has more parking. I think it's just a little less confusing for the people coming out of the parking area, but it does align, which does address the comment that was raised at the meeting.
Thoughts, anyone?
I mean, for me, I prefer the one you just presented personally.
Okay.
How many car parking spaces did you lose?
I think we lost only 4, I believe.
Mr. Logan, but do you meet the parking
We
requirements?
still meet the requirements,
Okay.
correct. So if you wanted to approve this plan, I'm fine with this plan being approved.
So personally, I prefer this one as drawn for ease of getting through there. As the connection goes to the car wash too, there's going to be a lot of traffic coming along through there. So for me, it's more safety issue, and I just think lining up makes better sense as far as my personal preference.
Mr. Logan, can you go back to 198, or actually 197? And I just want to bring this up. I only noticed it whenever we were discussing the concept plan, but this applies to the site plan. But the car wash next door is stubbed out to tie in with this parcel. And on the site plan, both of them, it's not tied in. So I just wanted to just understand why that didn't happen. I didn't catch it during the workshop. Go back one more. 197.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you can kind of see that stub there with the car wash.
Are you talking about in the back of the
Yes.
site? Okay. The original plat was approved with the 4 lots all having the shared access in the front. There's no shared access in the back, so I don't know why they terminated that. I think it might just be a dead end, but there was never an intent to combine the two.
Okay. I wasn't part of the commission back then, so I don't know what the thought was with that, but.
So this for Gary, just a question. So the parking lot, they're going with pavers, so they're obviously the existing car park that's already been made for the present building has been blacktop. Now they're going with pavers?
Yes, sir. For this one, they're going with permeable pavers because it does the filtration and the detention at the same time. The presently constructed building had underground detention. So it is 2 different types, but they both fall within our approvable BMPs.
Okay. Gary, have you had a chance to review the alternative?
Yes, sir, I have, and I have got no problem with it. But again, if you gave an approval tonight, it would be a contingent approval because the utility plans are not buildable.
Okay.
So I just want to remind you of that.
Yeah. I just didn't know if you had seen this yet. or not.
Yeah, he did show, Mr. Lucas did show that to me, and it's fine.
And then, do you want to speak to the utilities as far as those being outstanding?
Sure. The utilities, really, it's basically because the lots are combined, we can only have one service into the site. And I believe one of the comments said there's a stub out at the existing fire domestic meter. So it's just a matter of putting our backflow over on the combined lot line area of the project and appropriately backflowing it